I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Our other reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter, a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. One of the things we're going to talk about right now, and we're going to continue to talk about it, we're going to continue to move through it right now, is we are still in a pretty intense retrograde season. We've got a lot of planets right now that are currently retrograding in Aries. Now, what does that feel like? If you've been feeling frustrated, if you've been feeling irritated, if you've been feeling a little bit more, if you've been, and I need to stress the other thing that's not helping right now is the fact that we also have Venus and Jupiter in, Venus and we also have Venus and Jupiter in Cancer right now. So the thing I keep on warning everyone about with this type of energy is it can create a lot of feelings of frustration, particularly in relationality to time, because we've also got Neptune and Saturn that are retrograding together. So getting frustrated in the space, I'll tell you right now, the way it's going to feel really wonky, because it either feels like there isn't enough time or things are happening too slowly and things are happening too quickly all at once. Like that kind of wackiness is what we're talking about right now in relationality to a retrograde like the one we're experiencing. We've also got Chiron on top of Eris right now that are also retrograding, so it can create a lot of that sensitivity as it relates to working through old wounds, things that you've been carrying for a long time, things that still bother you, being able to process through them. And then to add to all of that energy, we also have the combination of Venus and Jupiter both moving through Cancer right now. This can create a lot of feelings of being hypersensitive about things, right? I like to describe it. It's almost like a little bit of that like princess in the pea energy, like something that's small that wouldn't really bother you, just like not being able to get your mind off of it or feeling very energetically irritated about things. I am saying all of this to try to save you from having a reading with me later about it, okay? Because what we want to be conscientious about, and this is what we have to recognize in relationality to working through the nuance of the energy, much like the one that we're experiencing right now. The ability to identify the feelings that allow for the validity in terms of being able to articulate them is the ability to speak upon why something energetically bothers the self, right? That is effectively because we've been going through a lot of temperance lessons. And what we learn is that, the space by which the breath is where we are able to sort out and process what direction the work needs to go into, right? Because if we're feeling bothered and we're feeling irritated about things and we're able to express it, then we're able to breathe life into it in the space of being able to sort through it, right? And that's something that allows the context of being able to talk through something, that allows the ability to be able to get to a better place. But often, and this is the type of energy This is a type of energy I'm going to try to warn you about right now. If you're working through something where you don't have the ability to talk about it, if something bothers you and it's not really something that you feel comfortable like externally speaking upon, this is often indicative of something that we need to work on internally. Because I'm going to tell you right now, this type of energy, a lot of shadow work coming up. But you have to understand, I don't like the terminology shadow work because I feel like it sounds very like, "Woo," you know what I mean? But we're understanding and recognizing that shadow work effectively means working through aversions. Being able to understand what bothers us is the process by which we come to understand ourselves better. And there's a lot of strength to be found there, because when we find the things that frustrates us, but we're able to articulate, it fortifies us because it gives us the ability to heal it. Simultaneously and similarly, when we work through something that we feel silly or hard to express, it's often characteristic or identifiable of an egoic wound, something that we're trying to work on more internally. But even in the investiture of understanding that, that allows us the context by which we are able to articulate upon it. So I say all of this right now because what I've effectively been seeing in the cards is there's a lot of profound healing that's happening right now. But I'll tell you right now, the one thing that and I'm going to walk you guys through what is resolvable and solvable, because one of the major messages that have been coming through right now on the culmination of a lot of these temperance relationships that we see have been coming together during this time. It's the understanding and the recognition of what can and cannot be resolved with time. I'm not surprised to see energy like this or messages coming through with the fact that we've got Neptune and Saturn retrograding in such close proximity to each other. And these two planets deal specifically in the space of energetic memory. Neptune, almost the energy that is the energy that goes backwards on time. Saturn is the energy that goes forward. Now, what do we learn in relationality to how time can heal things? Time is not a repairman. Time can't fix something only beyond the fact that it can bring perspective to things. Time is an energetic guide. So the ability, and this is the one context where I am seeing potentially some resolution that's coming through in energy like this. The observation of moving forward into an experience, seeing and recognizing a space or place where your emotionality was over proportional to something that was happening. Remember, Jupiter and Venus, an over proportional reactivity point to something that was not integral. There is the possibility of healing here. But what we're learning is not integral to be able to be healed in energy like the one we're experiencing right now, is the space by which we feel a lot of emotionality as it relates to holding an energetic standard, because we understand that the emotions that we often feel, we don't want to have to bring those emotions up. The emotions almost come up to protect the energetic standard. And that's why often in the context of time, those feelings don't change. In fact, time informs the emotions that we often experience in those moments, because the further we get from something, when we start having that clear head, the emotionality feels even more validated than the moment that we are energetically feeling and expressing it. That's why I keep on seeing right now a lot of new relationships that are potentially forming in this energy. I will also tell you, I see a lot of resolution that's happening as it relates to open-ended karmic cycles or spaces or places where we identify, and this is the exact energy that we are recognizing that is allowing for the closing of those energetic lessons. It's the understanding, if these are situations where there was an argumentation point and one person moved away from it expecting that time was going to resolve it for them, and meanwhile another person was feeling emotionality holding on to a strong energetic standard, what we're effectively identifying is if these are modalities or moments where another person tries to come back in that space to almost like feel like the context of seeing if time has done its job to energetically erase the emotions, to dissolve them. It's the understanding that time does not dissolve standards. It fortifies them. So this could be leading to a lot of the closing out of the unhealthy energetic cycles where potentially there wasn't alignment as it relates to either the manifestation goal in terms of where the relationship was headed or the standards by which they were moving towards those manifestation goals. At the same time that we're seeing that, a lot of new relationships that are potentially forming. I'm basically seeing that this time period right now is the culmination point of a lot of those temperance relationships. And what are we effectively identifying are the hallmarks of those temperance relationships? You have a right to be upset. And what's amazing about some of those relationships is not only do we recognize that for a lot of the relationships going through that work, the ability to see something, the ability to sort something out, the ability to build into a healthy partnership, to talk about what one was trying to heal from. And even now, with some of this retrograde energy, the energy experiencing that misunderstanding point between what needs to be solved versus another person trying to return back in the context of waiting for time to resolve it. That's the energy that feels fortified on their healing journey and also feels the shared audacity in recognition and understanding and remembering the formation point of a lot of these temperance relationships is that mutual effort allows for like the opening of possibility, the ability to allow for that context by which things can occur. What we're effectively seeing that's happening in that space is a lot of these relationships are almost feeling that wash of relief and release because not only are they identifying the articulation point in feeling the vibration of someone that is able to articulate upon what their energetic desire is, but also seeing the energetic strength to move towards their manifestation goal. So there's a lot of, I keep on hearing there's a lot of those temperance relationships at this time that are feeling very energetically fortified. And for those that are still working upon healing and separation, the ability to identify the energetic difference between someone that is trying to effectively work with one to be able to heal and resolve something versus someone trying to wait out another person's irritation upon something is allowing the context by which I can see a lot of energy maybe being frustrated, but feeling fortified in that frustration, which allows us to heal rather than traumatized in it, which causes a lot of that confusion. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of these relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now were the magician partnerships. And the reason we're calling them magician partnerships is because the prioritization point before those relationships was effectively the ability to feel authentic in the relationship itself. The nature of being in a relationship where there's mutual appreciation, working through the lesson and the understanding that when we build into healthy partnership, we don't build into the potentiality of the self. We don't build into the context of a relationship that requires another to change. Rather, that is the potentiality we put towards the relationship itself, how far the relationship can go. I see a lot of that energy right now, potentially wanting to advance a timeline, wanting to move something forward with more rapidity. But even in the context of moving something forward with more rapidity right now, they may potentially be feeling a little bit of that energetic resistance for energy outside of the partnership and having to effectively articulate and clarify to another person, again, working through those standards right now of the temperance energy, that the desire to advance a timeline isn't because there's an energetic issue, but rather because they feel so much certainty in terms of what it is that they're building with another. This brings us to the energy deep within divine union right now. And I'll tell you right now, this type of energy is most difficult for the energy deep within divine union because you'll recognize and identify that this type of retrograde, it's the frustration that builds pathwork of direction. It's like it's all of the frustration that's clarifying the direction in terms of where the relationship is going. But for a lot of the for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, there's no question in relationality to the direction of the relationship. Rather, this could be a lot of energy right now deep within divine union, working upon pathwork of becoming energetically comprehensive, working through the ability to articulate upon something in a new way, being able to identify and understand the self in a deeper fashion, and potentially healing intimacy wounds with counterpart, particularly and especially as it relates to circumstances of the past, old wounds coming back up with a lot of this energetic sensitivity point. But it's a lot of the continuing pathwork of understanding that when we're in healthy relationship and old wounds rise up, the ability to have new ways of addressing them, being able to take that lesson that we saw with the Aquarius full moon that we just moved away from, right? Not disassociating, which is the ability to turn something off, but stepping back, being able to observe the bigger picture. This is what is allowing a lot of the energy to heal in ways that they haven't before, because they're bringing not only new possibilities to old problems, but it's the understanding that relationship grants us a sense of perspective that allows us to work towards something in a bigger way, where in small, I keep on hearing small issues don't feel like they overwhelm the experience, but there's something that allows one to be able to articulate upon and define how, like the larger approach in relationality to how to energetically resolve something. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to find this full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep photos. You can also find it as a pod over on my spot, or you can also find it with a photo and the pod over on my stack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 2.4K likes right now. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And also, we are going to be doing a giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Haley, you're currently in first place for that space. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Haley, I appreciate you sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Good to see you this morning, Oracle Erica. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Spiral, it's been a minute. How are you doing, dear? I hope you're doing well as well. How are you doing, Stella? Good to see you. And Grand Rising, Miss Bexka. Oh, thank you for the compliment, dear. Grand Rising as well. Yaz, Grand Rising. You look, oh, thank you for the compliment. Thank you. And Haley, good to see you today. Welcome, Nikki. You're early. Good to see you as well, Heather. How are you doing today, Dada? I've got you, Bex. Thank you so much. You're second on the list today. And thank you, Dada, as always, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Ryan, good to see you too. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Hi there, Korea. How are you doing today? Thank you, Hannah, for sharing the live. Appreciate it as well. Hi there, Highness. Grand Rising, dear. It's been a minute. Good to see you. Welcome back. And good to see you, Bridgetta. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And thank you for the compliment, dear. Thank you as well, Stella. Yes, you are first today, dear. I'm at a 4 today. I know. I'm trying to balance home and work priorities and stress. Listen, I think this type of energy right now, I'm going to tell you, focusing on lists, focusing on not overwhelming yourself, taking things, like I keep on hearing step-by-step approaches to things, just allowing a bit of that, like just allowing some of that energetic consistency right now. I know it's not easy, but it's going to kind of help with this type of energy that we're experiencing. I'm going to tell you too, like, you know, the fact that the moon's in Cancer right now is not going to help with the retrograde. It's not going to help with the retrograde because everybody was already in their feels. And when the moon's in Cancer, it's like, would you like to be in your feels a little bit more? Would you like to be in your feels a little bit more? I know. I had a rough night sleeping last night too, Bridget. Okay, but I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. Lots of dreams. Good to see you, Chrissy. So good and blessed to see you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that this helps ground you, and thank you for being a part of this collective. I love lists. It's a good time for lists right now. Serving all that. Oh, thank you so much, Wushu. Wild dreams. Well, just speaking of dreams, just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our readings, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Also, hold on a minute. I was in each tarot card with counterpart, like a moving card. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh, I hope you get on the list for that dream. That sounds amazing. My thoughts on Yeshua? I think that they were an amazing teacher. I think that there's incredible amount that we have to learn from them. I find they were an ascended master, you know? I mean, we talk a lot about it here. That's amazing. I know, right? That dream sounds incredible, Bridget. So thank you so much. I mean, if you want to have a reading for it, just let me know. I'd be happy to read for it. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, too. One of the things we've been seeing with a lot of the dreams coming through right now is their karmic dreams. I've been seeing a lot. I got to tell you, almost all the dreams that have been coming through right now that I've been reading for have been karmically based. But it's helping, like, and that's what I mean in terms of this energy, like, and this is what's to be expected with the retrograde. Things from the past come back either emotionally, spiritually, or tangibly. But the ability to kind of work through them and kind of finding those points of being able to identify and recognize how we're able to overcome and navigate them. Like I know, like I know that this retrograde can create a lot of the sensitivity around it, but that's why I keep on saying, don't forget the message. Like that's why it was easier when Mercury was retrograding as well, because Mercury was retrograding Leo, which is that reminder of continuing to do that work to kind of like allow the space of bringing compassion to situations as you work through some of that frustration. Oh, okay. All right. I'll have to write them down in the card. Yeah, please. You absolutely make sure you're writing them down in the cards. Absolutely. So as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we do so. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Tower card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday. Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. I am so excited to be able to teach this class. This card, it's a fascinating card. We are going to be going over the symbology of the card. We're going to go over the history of the card. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, how you can read that card in any way that it may come up in your own reading. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread to help you channel the messages of the star card into your own readings. And all you need to do if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to as a paid monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me. Well, I'm sorry. If you become a founding member, not only will you have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, which is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have a discount on the full year's worth of readings, and you'll also have access to one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my Mystic meditate, one of my mystic meditation articles come out. Those are released bi-monthly. I just released one recently on navigating this full moon energy that we're just moving away from. I'm going to be releasing one shortly about this new moon that we're moving towards. I want to thank you. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person on the list today. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. And the other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 5.7K. So thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. That said, I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. For those who are interested in getting on the list today, we are doing life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Hi there, Phoenix. Why must you leave and come back multiple times before it credits you for watching? You mean watching the live? That's a really good question. I am absolutely not sure why that might be the case, but I can definitely look into that. You can also, if are you over on the disco? If you're on the disco, if you can post it there too, I can see if I can look into it as well. All right. And thank you as well, Haley, for those gifts. Yes. And yes, the list is open right now, Matilda, if you'd like to get on the list. I remember to send it before we started. Good job. Good job, Bridget. I appreciate that. Well done. Hi there, Phoenix. You're on the road again today, as usual. Hoping not to just stop one stop today. I'm sending you support, dear. Hope things go well. And thank you for the help as well, Spiral. I hope you're doing well too. Hold on a minute. Married, was a hard breakup, but I accepted it. It's been 6 years. Well, and I still dream of him. Well, again, one of the things I was mentioning right now, Matilda, is there's a lot of work that's happening with the karmic space, with a lot of the energy and relationality to working through the context of the fact that retrogrades bring things back from the past, either spiritually, metaphysically, or tangibly. So in that way, I feel like there's a lot of I'm not surprised to see that you're having dreams right now that are related to them karmically. We can definitely read on dreams here if you want to get on the list for a dream interpretation reading. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. We also do Akashic readings. So, and if you want to include the information when you send the donation, you can put it in the notes. And when you put it in the notes, you can just put the information there, and I'll be happy to read the dream, and then we can interpret it as well to get more information on why it's happening. Why do I say they and not him? Well, because again, if he was speaking for the divine, I feel like you have to kind of be able to articulate upon that to a certain extent. I also need to point out, I don't know Yeshua's pronouns, so that's me being polite to them as well. Absolutely. You can absolutely get on the list from yesterday. And Hannah, thank you for getting on the list as well. Nikki, I've added you back. You're the 5th person read for today. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you'll be the 6th person read for. Oh, you're phenomenal. I'm so glad to hear that, dear. It's so good to see you. I'm so happy to hear that you're well. Grand Rising, Hannah. Not only that glitch, but filtered comments. You've been getting filtered comments too. Oh, I'm really sad to hear that. Again, Phoenix, I'll let you know. Again, I'm seeing your comments now, but if anything comes through that I don't see, I'll try to articulate. I'll try to mention it if I'm seeing anything amiss. No problem, Hannah. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on the reads in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list. Oh, you have much love to you as well, Spiral. I hope you have a beautiful day. Oh, that's very cool, Bridget. All right. So as I mentioned, we are going to get started on the list today. If you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 6th person read for. We're also doing 2 contests right now. Our first giveaway is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter. So make sure you're tapping that screen. I'm wishing you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. I'll actually confirm right now who's in the highest lead for that at the moment. Haley, congratulations, you're at top right now. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes, and that'll be a free reading for when we get to 50K. I'll be doing a giveaway. We are already at 8K, so thank you guys so much for tapping. Also, when you tap, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who haven't received it before. So thank you in helping to share these messages. Before we get started, why don't we get started with an intuition check? I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I've got the card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The air dragon. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that again after we start our daily collective. I need to grab my mic. Give me one quick moment, dears, and then we'll get started. There you are. I found it. Sorry about that. Okay. Helps if I'm ready. Excellent. And again, just a reminder, welcome to everybody who's joining us across the other apps. If you're watching, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. It's a great time to get on the list right now. If you get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. That said, no better time than the present. Let me just put the offer here. Oh, there it is. Let me just update this. There we go. Perfect. All right. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the 5 of Wands in its upright, in combination with the Knight of Wands in its reversal. Let's talk a little bit about the energy right now, okay? Because, you know, one of the things that we're going to keep on talking about is we are going through a retrograde season. It is a season of retrogrades. We've got a lot of energy retrograding right now. And the thing we have to be conscientious about, okay, the thing we have to be conscientious about is the energy is retrograding in Aries, okay? It can make you feel very temperamental. It can, and the thing we have to be conscientious about today is there's some energy combinations that are more difficult than others, okay? So let me walk you through, if you're feeling super sensitive right now, okay, let me walk you through a little bit why that may be, okay? We've got a bunch of listen to me, all the planets right now in Aries are retrograding. There is not a single thing in Aries right now that is not retrograding. So that can create a lot of frustration. It can create a lot of energetic irritation. It can create a lot of that feeling, a lot of that pugnaciousness is what I kind of like to describe it as. It's a little bit of a pugnacious kind of energy. And then on top of that, okay, we've already got Jupiter and Venus in Cancer. Okay. Now, the thing with Jupiter and Venus both being in Cancer is those are big, those planets dwell in the space of our feelings. Okay. Jupiter is often about our sense of self. Venus is about our, like, how we, the love we hold to things. Okay. So I want you to recognize, and I'm not saying right now that something that you're feeling isn't, like, it's working through, but it's like it's creating a lot of that feeling of intense, like intensification, if you will. And one of the reasons that that may feel more intense right now is because we also have the moon is in Cancer. Now, it's not going to stay in Cancer. I believe it's moving into Leo tomorrow, but I want you to just be conscientious right now, particularly and especially if you're feeling a lot of hypersensitivity upon things. Because again, the retrograde energy can be helpful. It can help us work through things. It can help us identify what we're working to heal upon. But it's very important, and it's very conscientious that we make sure that we recognize and identify that when we're working through something, we don't let the energy of the retrograde get in our way as it relates. Now, I got to, and this is why it's so important right now, as it relates to feeling an over proportionality of emotionality towards something that isn't big versus something that is an energetic standard. Okay. Why are we seeing this right now? Because again, I told you there's a lot of culmination that we're identifying right now as it relates to healthy relationship patterns. I see even now there's a lot of those relationships that are moving deeper in, like even in the midst of this, I see either energy and separation being able to resolve what is and is not healable versus the energy moving deep versus energy that even within this intensity are moving deeper into partnership. And that's why I said the temperance relationships that are coming together in energy like this, they feel so strong because it's working through something in such a way that it doesn't allow it to get the better of the self, but instead being able to articulate upon the emotionality in the space of, and I keep on getting, when we're feeling that, the ability to articulate through it versus reacting to it is what allows the context of being able to do so in order to heal it. Now, the reason that this is so fundamental right now, you'll recall, has to do with the fact that one of the major lessons that we see is coming through upon this retrograde cycle is the recognized understanding of the difference between what is energetically solvable in the context of time versus what is not. And why do we see that this is so important right now? Because the messages that we're getting right now with Neptune and Saturn that are retrograding in such proximity to each other, it's not the fact that time heals all wounds. Time allows the ability of being able to understand the energetic problem, right? Time is not a fixer. Time is an energetic healer. And the reason that time is a healer is because with time, we are able, time brings perspective to things. And in the modality of that, it often helps us understand the quality and nature of the emotions that we carried about things. Now, what is the disparity or the difference there? And it's to say, this is why we have to do the work of filtering through our own emotions to understand what are the emotions that we honor versus times like this, like the energy we feel where we feel super hypersensitive about something, is the ability to sort through the emotionality, right? And I'll tell you right now, it's not the fact that there aren't some resolutions that are happening in this energy, but I'll tell you right now, the context of the resolution is working through these lessons. Because here's the thing about it: when we are building into the context of time and we have a lot of feelings about something, but the feelings did not feel like they were necessary, right? the place by which we understand. And often the feelings that are unnecessary are the spaces where it feels like our ego gets in the way, because we understand that the ego sometimes bring forth emotion to protect the self in spaces that feel like they're energetically unnecessary. So what we're effectively identifying and recognizing here is, in that modality, the gift that time gives in allowing perspective to something is the ability to see when we are doing, like when we had emotions that were blowing things out of energetic proportion. And this is often the gift that time gives us in order to heal something, because it's the observation that we can give to another, asking for forgiveness in those modalities, that allows the ability to be able to energetically resolve and move through something. But you'll understand that in that space, it is the emotions that we carried that felt like they were disproportional or unnecessary. At the same time, in the same space of that, we understand that the opposite also occurs, because in the modality of experiencing a lot of emotions upon something in the space of an energetic standard, and this is how we can usually tell the difference. We hate to bring our emotions to it. We hate to bring our emotions to it when we're trying to hold an energetic standard, but sometimes we have no choice, because often in the space of holding an energetic standard, right, the ability to give voice to it allows for the context of emotionality to occur. But this is also how time heals things, because in those moments that we feel bad, and that's what's wild about it. Sometimes we feel bad because we had to bring emotions to a standard issue, but that's because often the reason we bring emotions to a standard issue is because a boundary is being crossed. And that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, again, time heals that, because it doesn't erase the space by which one feels the emotionality that you brought forth to something, but rather it validates it by giving you understanding of the self, by giving you even more meaning as to why that emotionality was so energetically necessary. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of healing that is occurring right now as it relates to the healthy emotions that we bring forth when it feels like a standard is not being energetically respected. But this is why I also see that there may be some fundamental closing out of unhealthy cycles, because you can imagine, you understand what's happening right now. If one person has been healing and feeling more energetically fortified in the space of their own emotions as it relates to the energetic standard, right? And if another person returns back at that time, almost expecting that time was going to resolve something for them, the space of almost saying, like, are you done with those pesky emotions? It creates the understanding or the observation of the difference between someone that wants to progress forward and heal something from a productive space versus the energy that is effectively waiting for time to energetically dissolve a standard that would be akin to building into a relationship of desperation. And that's what I keep on hearing. Remember, this is temperance energy right now. This is temperance energy. This is the observation of recognizing and identifying the ability of what makes healthy foundations to strong relationships is not one that is akin to a feeling of energetic desperation. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of these new relationships right now, that ability of understanding, right? Taking that energetic approach, being able to recognize and identify what feels affirming, what feels energetically like resolving. This is the space by which we see and recognize that a lot of I'm going to tell you, there's either some energy in separation right now that is articulating upon, right? I can see the energy almost like working through the energetic frustration of either recognizing and identifying something that has not changed, but validates their own journey in terms of healing the self, or these are relationships or circumstances or situations where there are deepening of relationships that are coming through, because it's the relief and release of the recognition and understanding of working through the context of the adaptability of something that feels energetically resolving. But even in the context of being energetically resolved, what we're effectively witnessing is that space by which the energy is able to not just articulate upon the energetic direction that they're moving upon in terms of how they feel about something, but they're also making the choices that affirm that energetic commitment. So that's what I keep on seeing. And that's what I even see even now. There may be a deepening of those energetic connections that are occurring in that way via the offering advice to one another, being able to articulate upon what that is. There's a lot of that energetic discovery point that we see. And there's a lot of that space. I keep on hearing there's a lot of that strengthening as it was of the energetic resolve because it's being articulated in the relief of the energy feeling that work. Now, for the energy moving deeper into divine union right now, those magician partnerships, center card for today's spread, we've got here the Lover's card in its reversal. Now, it's very intriguing that we're seeing in relationality to some of that work that we're observing during this time. These magician partnerships, remember, it was the ability to feel the authentic self that finds a home in the relationship, the ability to feel that authenticity of self that allows the context by which another person is able to feel at home. And what's interesting about a lot of those relationships right now is I see the fact that there are a lot of those timelines that are progressing forward. There's a lot of that rapidity that's being brought into something because for a lot of these relationships, the rushing, like the moving through into something, it almost, I keep on hearing it's the desire to move something deeper into connection with the understanding that moving it deeper is inconsequential. Like that's why I keep on seeing it. It's the understand. This is not the relationship that is perseverating upon moving something deeper into partnership. It just doesn't feel necessary to energetically wait because they feel so energetically sure in the relationship. But that's why we keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships, working through those experiences, that understanding and that adaptability, the ability to articulate and define it. What's interesting about it is I see that the hard part has to do with helping others understand it is what I keep on seeing because for a lot of these circumstances or situations, the ability of like surprise, like I told you, there's a little bit of this surprise energy there, almost trying to help another understand like why something is moving so quickly. Because you'll recall these relationships only started up, I want to say they started up in March, right? We saw the magician partnership cycle was coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. But that's why I keep on seeing energy like almost articulating surprise and another person saying, I've never been so energetically sure of something. Like it's almost like the energy having to work through a little bit of that surprise and related to the energy surrounding partnership. Now, this brings us to the energy deep within divine union right now, clarification. And I told you for this type of energy right now, this is the most difficult. Like this type of energy right now, it's not allowing for the progressing into partnership so much as it's articulating upon the work within the self. Can I get the fourth and fifth cards of our 5-card spread today? We've got here, we've got our 3 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our 8 of Wands in its reversal. So what are we effectively identifying that's occurring right now for a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union? I want to say, I feel like this type of energy right now may feel most akin to energetically not, I keep on hearing, not allowing the intensity of the energy of the retrograde to trigger one back into unhealthy cycles or unhealthy patterns of thought. What's interesting that we're effectively identifying and recognizing with a lot of the energy that we're seeing right now in this retrograde is, I told you, it's a combination of Chiron also being in retrograde right now, the old wounds that feel like they energetically re-emerge. But what's beautiful about that and what we're seeing with a lot of these energies that are deep within divine union is the ability to recognize or work through an old wound, something that, again, something that one has carried with oneself for a long portion of time, but being able to bring the proportionality of perspective to something which is archetypal of the energy that we're experiencing right now. It's a combination of working through that Aquarian full moon energy that we discussed. This is a lot of the energy that is working through a problem or working through a frustration of the self by not getting over focused on the self, but stepping back and being able to have the gift of energetic perspective. Because this is what happens when we're able to heal the egoic space. It's the observation of being able to recognize and identify and not being too hard on the self in the process. And that's why I'm going to say this again. If this energy is getting to you in that capacity, make sure that you're working on feeling energetically stable right now. Because I wish I could tell you that this type of energy, the intensity that we're feeling right now, is going to tone down, but it's actually potentially going to ramp up because we've got some eclipse season. We've got eclipse season coming on top of the retrograde, which can create a lot more intensity because I like to point out, like, eclipses are amplifiers. They make it more energetically intense to a certain degree. It doesn't necessarily change the energy. Clarification right now between our Five of Wands in its upright in combination with our Knight of Wands in its reversal. We've got here the Hanged Man in its upright. And it's interesting too because the card was effectively sticking to the table. So it was coming from the bottom of the deck. I need to point out one of the things that's helping us through this cycle right now is the fact that Pluto is actually in retrograde. Because I keep on describing the thing with Pluto in retrograde that keeps on cracking me up. Pluto in retrograde is a lot like a haunted house in the summertime. It's the best way I can describe it. It feels incongruous. It's working through the incongruity of something that used to energetically bother us that doesn't energetically impact us anymore. It's a lot of that space. Like, I would not be surprised if you're going through those moments where you're looking at something and being like, the old version of self would have been like, ah! But then the new version of self is just kind of like moving through something to a certain extent because it's the space by which I keep on hearing that is a sign. And like, that's what I mean. We got a lot of planets in retrograde. That is what happens to energetic warriors. I'm looking for something. No, I don't have time, skeleton. Excuse me. I gotta look. I know. Yes, you're very scary. It's like that type of energy. It's like working through something that would have been and now you're just kind of like it's working in the space of just feeling the confidence of the self. And so I keep on seeing one of the things that's helpful with energy like this is it can help you finding energetic finesse. And what is finesse? Finesse is fineness. Finesse is fineness. I told you we're going through temperance cycles right now in partnership. And a lot of the energy that we see with temperance is working upon fineness because, again, when we sift through things, we're able to refine and identify and do something in a better way. And that's why, again, we don't get too hard on ourselves when we're doing that type of work. We just recognize and identify. And I keep on hearing, when we feel frustration, we fortify with a new lesson. That is how you find, that is what fineness is, right? When you feel a frustration, you create a new lesson, right? It's the identification point of being able to energetically fine tune something to a certain extent. So what we're effectively identifying that's occurring right now, and what do we see that's happening for a lot of I'm telling you right now, a lot of these new relationships that are forming right now, I just keep on seeing that work, like I keep on seeing for the energy, working like either energy, I've got 3 different modalities right now in separation. I've got energy that are potentially having conversations as it relates to the disproportionality of an emotion that was brought forth to a circumstance or situation, right? That is being able to identify and recognize progress. I also see spaces or places right now where the identification or articulation of the frustration, the absolute valid frustration of holding emotion towards an energetic standard and another person coming back towards it, expecting it to be dissolved instead of finding the resolve to work through something. I keep on hearing we don't take vacations from standards. You can't go away from a standard and come back and be like, you still got that standard? Be like, yeah, the standard's a standard. It's a standard. doesn't go anywhere. But that's why, because when we're building into the space of being energetically healthy and we allow for the context of understanding that rejection is an illusion, the important thing to understand when we're feeling energetically emotional towards something is whether there's an energetic standard that we're holding in accordance with the emotionality of it, because that's where our emotions become validated. Our emotions are not validated in spaces where we feel disproportional, the egoic space where we overblow something because we're feeling emotional about it without the context of the perspective of the self in the process. So that's why we're seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work. This is what I meant in relationality to a lot of those spaces or relationships, feeling that release or relief for being able to be in an energetic relationship with someone. And I like this so much. It is the identification point, the recognition, if you will, of working towards a manifestation goal. But what's beautiful about the manifestation goal that we're effectively or energetically seeing is understanding the context of, and this is why I keep on hearing like these relationships right now are feeling so much relief, because it is the relief in being able to recognize and identify what it means to move towards an embodied manifestation, which is what I keep on seeing. There was potentially that anxiety point in relationality to working through some of those energetic connections right now, in the difference between articulating upon something versus finding that, I keep on hearing, the energy that was strong enough to embody the manifestation as it relates to what it is that they were healing from. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. Clarification between our Knight of Wands and its reversal and our Lover's card and its reversal. One card to clarify, please. We've got here the Eight of Cups in its reversal. So what are we effectively identifying and recognizing with the Eight of Cups in its reversal? So I keep on saying that this is I keep on hearing the problem right now for the energy moving deeper into divine union, those magician partnerships, is other people's tea. It's other people's tea. I see a bunch of energy. Remember how I articulated that there may be a lot of energy right now. I told you I would not be surprised if there's a lot of like surprise proposals that are happening right now, or there's a lot of the expedition point as it relates to healthy relationships moving forward. These magician partnerships are just like boom, 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 like they're very, very quick is what I keep on saying. And what's significant about those partnerships is also the observation, and I keep on saying it's now working through the disambiguation of the energy outside of the energetic partnership. I keep on seeing I keep on hearing the energy right now, like navigating situations where I'm hearing, isn't this a little quick? And I keep on hearing the energy saying it's not quick. Because I keep hearing it's not quick because I'm not sick, which is the space by which another person is saying, I've never been healthier. I've never been so energetically sure of something. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that elation, because someone is trying to articulate upon the fact that they're not doing something. They're not advancing something from a point of desperation, but rather doing so from a space of excitement. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. Clarification between our Lover's card in its reversal and our Three of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Queen of Cups. Oh, this is the Cancerian energy that we're talking about right now. Everybody's deep in their feels. Everybody's deep in their feels. Okay, before you do anything today, and I'm going to tell you right now, I would not be surprised if there's energy right now that's navigating this type of energy and making energetic fool of themselves. And here's the thing about it. How do we articulate making an energetic fool of the self? We become an energetic fool of the self when we become disproportionate as it relates to the emotionality that we're bringing forth towards something that doesn't feel like it's energetically logical, right? That's what I want you to make sure that you are not doing with energy like this, okay? Because I keep on hearing having strong emotions in the space by which we are articulating a standard is never foolish. It's actually quite wise. But sometimes it's hard to see that wisdom until you get the perspective of time. Because sometimes we feel angry in the moment that we get emotional when we're holding an energetic standard. But that is literally the higher self protecting the self. It's the higher self protecting the self in the context of understanding where our standards reside and abide, right? And they don't go anywhere. And this is why time can sometimes feel like it heals us, because it's the energy that when we move away from something and we are emotional, we're like, yeah, I still don't feel emotional about it. And I can tell you, I can write a whole primer on why. I can tell you all the reasons why I feel emotional about that, right? It's like, how much time do you have? But when we're feeling, and this is why we have to be very conscientious, when we get too caught up in the emotions of the ego, right? When we're getting too caught up in the emotions of the ego, you have to remember the ego is the defense mechanism of the soul, right? It wants to rise up. It's like, ah, it's all stressed out, and it wants to defend the self when it doesn't feel energetically necessary to do so. And this is why often in those modalities where that occurs, we sometimes feel as we progress forward a lot of energetic remorse around situations of that nature. Because why? The healthy energetic body understands the overproportionality of the emotion that we bring to something that was not important, something that was not important, something that was not necessarily, it wasn't like, and again, here's the thing, we all have bad moments like that, right? And the ability to be able to recognize and identify that also allows the context by which we're able to energetically heal it, because we're able to resolve it within ourselves. We're able to understand it better. So I keep on seeing, like, for a lot of the energy right now, if this energy feels like it's taking a lot of that intensification on the self, I want you to remember the message that we had that was coming through when Mercury was retrograding in Leo, which is, have you tried putting a little bit of compassion on that? Have you tried putting a little tiny bit of compassion on it? And that's compassion. And again, compassion isn't niceness. Compassion isn't niceness. Compassion is our passion that we are able to communicate. Compassion. The passion that we're able to communicate is the articulation point of why something has energetic meaning to us. Continuing to get clarification, and that's what I keep on seeing that's happening right now for the energy deep within divine union. I told you, there's a little bit of this hands on the hip energy that I'm getting right now for the energy deep within divine union, which is why I kept on hearing for a lot of that energy right now. I keep on hearing, if I keep on hearing, if you can't bring your silence, into breath, then you need to energetic resolve it. That's what I keep on seeing, because I keep on seeing that there's something happening right now for energy deep within divine union as it relates to working through energetic. And like, remember how I said that the energy coming into divine union is working through audible static? I keep on hearing that there's something about the energy deep within divine union working through quiet static. But this is why we don't pay attention to quiet static, because quiet static is passive aggressiveness. And if there isn't the context by which we feel comfortable bringing our frustration to the surface, that's literally the identification of the work that we need to do upon the self and within the self. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Eight of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. We've got here our Seven of Wands in its upright. So for a lot of the energy right now, I want to describe this for, like, a lot of the energy deep, like a lot of the energy working through this right now. And I keep on seeing like the retrograde's real. Like, it's like we're all energetically feeling it, right? And that's what I mean in terms of like continuing to allow for compassion to help guide you through that feeling of energetic frustration. Because I keep on hearing it's not about bringing niceness to things. In fact, this is what we talk about. Niceness is sometimes not courteous. Niceness is sometimes not courteous. The space by which we understand and recognize that compassion is the ability to communicate our energetic frustration because it energetically fortifies us. We understand that often compassion is also in correlation with frustration because, again, compassion is communicating upon something that we energetically care about, but in a way that makes logical sense. So that's what I keep on seeing, making sure that as long as you're feeling a sensitivity about something right now, that you're able, you can figure out, you can do that process to understand, because what we want to avoid you doing right now with energy like this is why I keep on, like, this is why we keep on hearing everybody talking about like crashing out in this energy, because you feel so much intensification that you just feel overwhelmed by it, and then you say some, and then you take it out on somebody. You make it someone else's problem. That's what I keep on saying. Don't do that. Don't do that in this energy right now, okay? Continuing to get clarification between, and if you do, it's okay. Take accountability for it, okay? Continuing to get clarification between our hangman in its reversal in combination with our eight of cups in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk about this. The Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. How do we describe this best? It's working. I keep on hearing it's working through energetic processes by which we understand what feels like it is healthy, or what feels like it is energetically supportive, or what feels like it is fortifying. And what's interesting about this type of energy that we're seeing right now, and I'm going to tell you right now, we were experiencing a little bit of this type of energy. I need to point this out. The energy that we're feeling right now was very similar to when we were going through this cycle and the moon was in Sagittarius, right? Because, and I need to point this out, when we were going through this energetic cycle and the moon was in Sagittarius, it made us feel, again, I tell you, all the energy in Aries can make us feel very pugnacious. It's a little bit of that, like, you know what I mean? Like it's just the Aries energy. It's a little bit of that pugnaciousness. And that's why I said, like, when I was like strap in, when we had the moon in Sagittarius during the retrograde, because then you got you got the pugnaciousness that often we experience with with the Aries energy, and then you've got the try-me energy that often Sag energy brings to things. So this is similar, but in a more emotional way is the best way I can describe it. Because the thing about it is, you got to understand, we've got a bunch of energy right now in Cancer. Okay, and Cancer, and we've got all the planets that often navigate emotions hanging out in Cancer right now. Okay, Jupiter is big on emotions. It's about the self. It's working through the context of the self. Venus is about the things we care about, and they're sitting in Cancer, which is like, it can create a little bit of that desire, like being very deep in the feels, right? And then we've got a bunch of that pugnaciousness, right? Then we got the pugnaciousness of every single thing in Aries right now that is retrograding. So then you're feeling and you're feeling like you want to do something. And then, just to add a little cherry on top of all of that energy, the moon just moved into Cancer, which is like, hey, do you want to feel sadder about it? It's like, do you want to feel more vulnerable about it? It's like, it's a lot of that type of energy. So that's why I keep on saying, working through the lessons that have been coming through with this energy, which is understanding the validation point of feelings. And the truth is, I know this is hard to hear. I'll hold your hand when I say this to you. Not all feelings that we feel are energetically valid, because sometimes the ego brings out feelings to protect the self that are disproportional to the situation. And that's why when we're doing healthy work, right? When we're doing the healthy work of the self, we sort through the emotions to understand the direction that the work needs to go. If it's an inside problem, which is usually one that you feel silly articulating to another person, that's like usually the buzzer as to something that you need to work on in here. Or if it's something that can be articulated and shared and resolved, that would be an outside problem. So I keep on seeing, and that's what I mean in terms of like a lot of relationships. That's why I told you some of these relationships right now, these new energy, I'm telling you, I'm just calling it, guys. These relationships that are coming together right now are solid as a rock. They are rock solid foundations. There's a lot of this energy right now. Like, this is the energy that says, like, it's not about emotions, it's understanding. It's understanding the context of where the emotions come from. Good direction sense. Continuing on this, moving towards the energy right now, and I told you, and the magician partnerships, they're going through the same process right now in terms of others arguing about their direction, is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification right now between our Eight of Cups in its reversal in combination with the Queen of Cups in its upright. Clarification coming through right now. Boom, boom, boom. Here and here. Oh man. Okay, listen. Let me work. Oh man. Okay. All right. Listen. Where are all my magician partnerships up? I know what's happening right now for the energy that's magician partnership. So remember, I told you there's something going on with these magician partnerships as it relates. Remember, okay. Oh, remember when I was telling you about working through chirality problems? The fact that something can look very similar to something, but in a completely different way. So I'm just keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships, the ability to want to move forward, right? The ability, I keep on hearing, the ability to move something forward with energetic confidence can sometimes feel very much similar from the outside if you're not within it to moving in the same way as desperation. Okay, this is what's hard, is what I keep on seeing. So for a lot of this energy right now, remember when I was articulating upon the space by which the energy is potentially moving or advancing a timeline because they feel so energetically sure and restored in the context of the relationship. I almost see the energy having to work through the advancement of those timelines surrounding around energy that's navigating and making sure that it's something that they're doing from a space of healing, something energetically healthy, versus something that would be articulated upon desperation, which is the desire to fix something, is what I keep on seeing. And that's why I feel like there's a lot of the energy that's almost having to articulate and speak towards the energetic past to a certain extent, but in the context or in the ability of being able to amplify and articulate their own energetic sureness about something. So that's what I told you. I see even now, like I told you, it's like working through the frustration of another person's misconception, but being able to amplify it by articulating upon the nuanced difference between something that wasn't supportive to the self versus something that is. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups in its upright and the Seven of Swords in its upright. I mean, Seven of Wands in its upright, correction. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Five of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the Five of Pentacles energy. And that's what I mean, like the Five of Pentacles in its reversal. This is exactly what we want to be able to see, because for a lot of the energy right now that is navigating through, like a lot of the energy navigating through that work is what we're energetically seeing right now. There's something that is fundamental and important that we are observing in relationality to, I keep on saying, the observation of working through. I keep on hearing for the energy right now, deep, like coming into divine union, it's working on loud static. For the energy that's deep within divine union right now, it's working through quiet static. Because you'll remember that for a lot of those relationships, these were effectively those chariot partnerships that we articulated upon. The ability to, I keep on hearing, the ability to articulate upon something that has meaning to the self, the ability to speak upon it, the ability to feel energetically fortified by it. This is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of those spaces or relationships, the ability to amplify and articulate upon I keep on seeing the expression of being able to, I keep on hearing there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that is working on communicating from a place of compassion, while also simultaneously feeling energetic frustration towards the quietude that is amplified, that is not articulated, because I keep on hearing frustration that is not articulated is often the identification point of the source upon where we need to heal or work upon something. And that's what I keep on seeing. It's almost like the energy that's deep within divine union that articulates upon everything that can be healed, so long as there's the context by which you're able to have a supportive conversation on it, is what I keep on hearing. Right. And there's a lot of that space. I keep on hearing there's a lot of that space that is almost like feeling through this type of energy, the frustration point or the irritation of navigating upon circumstances or situations wherein it doesn't feel like that level or degree of openness can be articulated upon, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing communication allows the context by which we are able to restore or heal anything. But this is why we have to understand that the thing we have to be so conscientious about or worried about as it relates to the spiritual and emotional health of ourselves is when we start getting passive aggressive about things. I keep on hearing never are we more sick than when we're energetically passive aggressive, because it's that ability of feeling energetically passive aggressive that doesn't allow the space by which we're able to heal or amplify or restore something, is all I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing, it's like I keep on hearing the passive aggressiveness is what we need to work upon resolving, because I keep on hearing it's like it's not it's I keep on hearing it's like you're I keep on hearing it's like you're spinning it's like a spinning top in your own head, continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with the Four of Swords in its reversal. We're going to continue on that for the energy deep within divine union. Yeah, especially with the 10 of especially with the 10 of wands in its reversal. It's interesting too, because what we're effectively seeing that's occurring right now for the energy that is deep within divine union is I keep on recognizing that there's something that is very energetically important that has to do, there's like a conversation that's coming through in relationality to how unhealthy passive aggressiveness is, right? Because I keep on hearing and that's the thing about it, like that's a conversation with compassion. Like when our compassion, like it's okay to be aggressive about things so long as there's a reason to articulate why we care about something. Compassion lives in the passion that we can communicate, right? So the passion is energetically healthy when it's something that feels like it's fortifying to the self, right? It's the articulation, a point of being able to amplify why something is energetically important. But that's why we have to be very conscientious when we start getting passive aggressive about things, because that is often indicative of a place we need to do shadow work, right? It's like it's like what are you doing down there, buddy? You know what I mean? It's giving it's a lot of the space by which we understand because what is passive aggressive versus saying I'm feeling insecure and I'm making it my mission to make it your problem. Like that's what passive aggressiveness is. Passive aggressiveness is having the moment of saying I'm feeling insecure and I'm going to make it your energetic problem. But when we're working on being in a space of nourishing, right, we understand that we all feel that insecurity. And then and honestly, when we talk about the insecurity, when we talk about the vulnerability, when we understand that there's nothing unhealthy about talking about the fact that we feel energetically vulnerable about things, now we've got something to work with. So that's what I keep on seeing. Like I told you, the thing about this retrograde is it's helping you understand where compassion lives, but also where compassion doesn't live. Right? It's like it's the understanding. It's like I keep on seeing. It's like it's helping us understand that is what the work is. And when we see spaces where there isn't compassion, like that's something we got to work on. Is what I keep on seeing. So for a lot of the energy, like working through that to a certain extent, I feel like, and that's what I meant in terms of some of these relationships that are coming together right now that are feeling that wash of release and relief. Because if these are relationships where they have been hurt by someone who taught, like I keep on hearing, articulated the manifestation goal, right? Talked a lot about what they desired to do, like in relationality to what they're working on healing, but then move back and like move like, and we see this, like we see this all, like we all have these moments. We articulate upon it, and then we move in the opposite direction. I feel like that is the frustration that is energetically communicated via a lot of these energetic relationships. It's the adaptability point. It's the recognition by which another person is able, I keep on saying it's the energy that just like almost like I keep on saying it breathes a sigh of relief because it's the space by which everything becomes energetically possible. But also in the same exact context, the adaptability of being able to bring something forth in such a way that they're able to resolve what it is not, or what it is that they're energetically healing from. So I just keep on seeing there's a lot of that energetic restoration that is occurring in the context of that work. Now, continuing upon that, for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, clarification between our Four of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Five of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through with the Star card, and we're actually going to be studying this card next month in our Tarot Church classes. That class will be held on Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. But one of the things that we're identifying and recognizing that's happening right now, speaking towards a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, is the amplification and the articulation upon what one is working to energetically resolve. And everything I keep on seeing that is occurring in the context of that right now, one of the things that I'm identifying has to do with the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, being able to amplify and articulate to others outside of energetic connection what something energetically means to them. And so I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy, like working through frustrating but fortifying conversations is also helping them recognize and be able to navigate forward from circumstances and situations from the past. Because I keep on seeing like that's more of that combination point of understanding the work of the retrograde, right? Always understanding retrograde sometimes bring things back, either tangibly, spiritually, or energetically. The ability to see something coming back towards the context of the self, being able to articulate upon it, but then being able to divine upon why something is different from something that one went through in a past experience. So there's a lot of that work that I'm potentially seeing right now as it relates to communicating upon the emotionality of energetic connections, even as a lot of these relationships are moving more expeditiously than others would have, I keep wondering, than others would have anticipated. While for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, a lot of the work that we are recognizing and identifying that is occurring in this context has to do with navigating and recognizing, working, I keep on hearing working through the quiet static, as it were, of others. I keep on hearing of others' misconceptions, of other wounds. I keep on seeing there's a lot of this energy right now that is working into the context of building into the space of understanding and recognizing how we heal from trust. And I keep on hearing too that even in the context of healing in the space of trust, the adaptability point of being able to, I keep on seeing, working through an old wound, right? Working through an old trauma, but then being able to, again, bring that energetic perspective to something, feeling that supportive vibration in being able to amplify and articulate upon something, but also being able to recognize the environment by which one is able to build upon that healthy perspective. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, like this is the energy deep within divine union that is, I keep on hearing, like working through a lot of old wounds, but being able to articulate upon the nuances of it in order to fine tune the relationship in a way that feels like it's energetically fortifying to the self in the process. This brings us to the final card for today's spread, between our 10 of the 10 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our star card in its upright. We've got here our 6 of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the energy that we're experiencing right now, especially in the context of the 6 of Wands in its reversal, because the 6 of Wands in its reversal is actually very important here. One of the things that we have to understand, and this is what I mean about working through the sensitivity of this energy, okay? This is the type of energy where, like, small things that would typically not really bother the self, they feel like they amplify greater, okay? Like this type of energy right now, it's very, I gotta describe it. We are going through like a retrograde that's kind of like an eclipse energy, but it's like, it's a very, very specific energy that we're moving through. And I'm going to just walk you through it one more time to help you navigate some of that energetic sensitivity point. Okay. I want you to think about the context right now as you're navigating circumstances, that we've got a lot of energy in Aries, which can create a lot of feeling of pugnaciousness, right? We've got a lot of Cancer energy that is here, that talks a lot about communicating upon our own, I keep wondering, communicating upon our hypersensitivity upon things, right? So the ability or the recognition point to be able to amplify and articulate upon things in that way, right? It allows, I keep on hearing, it allows for a lot of the ability to fortify upon healthy communication. But it's, I keep on hearing, you have to make sure, if you're working through a lot of the surfeit of emotionality today, being able to understand and refine upon what it is that you feel energetically emotional about. Like that observational point by which we're able to communicate upon why something has so much significant meaning to the self. That is what allows us to fortify and build upon things in a stronger way. Now, for a lot of the energy right now in separation, I either see that this is energy that is healing from something profoundly, but healing from something profoundly in the context of being able to articulate and express specifically why something is or is not okay, right? The identification point, that's what I meant about some cycles potentially closing out here while others are energetically opening, because it's the observation that, again, time does not resolve things. Time gives us perspective. So I either see that there are either endings of fundamental unhealthy cycles that are occurring right now, but I keep on hearing, by being able to comprehensively articulate to another person what one sees is happening, right? Like almost being, I see like it's the energy being like, let me just show you like what I energetically see there that's allowing for the space by which something is able to be resolved, right? I also see a lot of these new energetic relationships that are occurring right now in the same modality. It's the relief and the release that we bring forth to a situation whereby everything becomes possible, specifically and particularly because it's the ability to amplify and articulate upon. I keep on seeing, like, I almost keep on hearing these relationships that are coming together right now. They're breathing a sigh of relief, because the sigh of relief that they're breathing upon is the understanding and the recognition of moving towards a manifestation goal, but not just articulating upon it, but moving in the direction of it. While for a lot of the energy right now that is deep within divine union, this is like where the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, those magician partnerships, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work right now, this is, I keep on seeing this is communicating upon or building upon that sense of navigating others. I keep on hearing it's healthy static. is what I'm kind of getting to a certain extent. Right? Like that's what's interesting about a lot of those relationships that are moving deeper into connection right now. The reason I keep on hearing that it's healthy static, as it were, it's the observation of being able to energetically articulate upon something in such a way that I keep on seeing the energy is able to navigate through by I keep on hearing allowing the space or the context of being able to help another person understand the moving forward of an energetic timeline because of that energetic sureness, as opposed to working through the worry of past experience. While for a lot of the energy right now that is deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work right now, it is working through quiet static. It is working through the frustrations of the self. It is working through the doubts within the self. It is being able to heal something in a profound fashion. But one of the things I keep on seeing is I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, it's more of the conversation that says everything is energetically solvable so long as we're able to energetically articulate upon it. Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, remember, these are the chariot relationships. So the ability of feeling that stabilization point, it's more of a conversation that's occurring in that modality that is helping the energy sort through what is achievable. But like I keep wondering, what is energetically achievable by means of being able to restore or articulate upon something versus experiences or situations of the past that one is working to heal from, is what I keep on hearing. It's like the old wounds that come up, but there's energetic resolution because it's a conversation that occurs that allows something to be, I keep on hearing, allows something to be like navigated. And like I keep on seeing, it's like working through an old wound and then seeing how easy it can be when it's energetically resolved. Bottom of the deck on today's reading is, we've got here the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. So what are we effectively navigating right now in relationality? The one thing I want to stress right now with energy like this is it can create a lot of hypersensitivity as it relates to, how do I describe this best? Don't be reading into, don't be reading into, don't be over reading into things, is what I keep on, like, honestly, that's what I got to tell you right now. Like, honestly, I got to tell you right now, don't be over reading into things, because I keep on seeing that there's something about this type of energy that it's giving me, it's like imagine an energetic library where like the slightest thing creates like a lot of like energy. So that's the type of energy that we're dealing with right now. Don't let it get to you, is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on seeing when you start over internalizing things, it's just like I keep, especially with the Cancerian, like with so much of this Cancerian energy, it can create a lot of that space that like it wants to, like I keep on hearing it, like it wants to create that space that you feel like you over fear or you over worry about things. Understand, our compassion is articulating upon our vulnerability, right? When we understand that we all feel energetically vulnerable, it allows us the opportunity in order to energetically heal through something. So I almost see that for like a little bit of the energy doing that work, that adaptability, right? The ability to kind of move through something, but also I keep on hearing like allowing compassion to smooth through energetic awkwardness. That is what I keep on hearing. That is the context by which we allow the vibration of gentleness into things. So keep that, like, think about that a lot over the next couple of days, because we still got, I'm going to tell you right now, like this Cancerian energy that we're experiencing, it can create a lot of hypersensitivity about stuff. So make sure that I keep wondering, it's not, and I keep wondering, it's, if you're feeling energetically hypersensitive about something, we can typically articulate upon it rather than allowing it to, I keep on hearing, getting you too much in one's own headspace. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the on the tower card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. I will be continuing our studies on the tarot with a focus on the star card. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary for you to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up on the classes, now is a great time to join, because you'd have access to all of the course materials. And if you were to become a founding member, you have access to the full library, which you could take about 4.25 classes each week, and you'd be all caught up in terms of our next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we have studied or are learning thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access, as I mentioned, to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That's access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to study, to work through where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. We just wrote one recently on the Aquarian full moon. I'll be releasing one shortly on the new moon that we've got coming up in just a few days. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Haley. You got our highest gifter today. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, I've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are also, my friends, at 25.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. BB, thank you for getting on the list here. I will add you as well. All right, and we've got one more spot on the list today. If anybody else would like to claim that spot before the list will be closed today. Grand Rising Bit Blue Virgo, how are you doing today? Hannah, not me quitting my job last week. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not that you can't make determination points in this retrograde. It's not that. Allow this to help you navigate in relationality to like working through an energetic trigger, but feeling energetically resolved as it relates to what feels like it is triggering you. Yep. Oh, thank you, Alien. I appreciate that. So true. Miss Bex, I've been bringing emotions to my boundaries, but feeling like it was very much needed. Well, and again, that's the emotionality that feels like it's fortifying, right? I like to point out the way we can understand if our emotions are valid is if we can put logic to them. Again, compassion, communicated passion, the ability to not just feel passion, but to communicate upon why we feel passionate about something. Clearing the throat chakra, tap to claim. It is, I mean, the temperance energy right now, I told you, it's like, this is like the culmination of a lot of those relationships. Hi there, channeling. You can finally watch my live. What was happening last week? Oh, well, that's exciting though, dear. Sending you support on that. I hope things are going well. And same. Congratulations, dear. Eclipse coming up on top of this. No, absolutely. I understand. The thing we have to recognize, and that's why I keep on telling everyone right now, it's okay, like feeling this intensification point, just making sure that you feel stable right now, like that is highest priority, because I can't, if you're already feeling like there's a lot of this intensity, it's potentially going to ramp up in the next few weeks. And we want to, like, you want to make sure that you're feeling good in this energy above anything else right now. It sounds like fun. I can't wait to Miss Bex. I like the sarcasm there. It sounds like fun. I can't wait to amplify everything. I'm terrified. It's going to be fine, Nikki. It's going to be fine. Okay. But it's going to be fine so long as we're energetically grounded. Okay. I know lots of shadow work right now, but here's the thing. If you're doing that work, it's easier, right? Like it's continual. It's stuff's going to come up. Stuff's going to come up with energy like this, but it's okay. And I want to say, even if you're not energetically perfect as you navigate it, allowing the context by which you're able to, I keep on hearing, build stronger from it, as it were. Ella, I decided today I would embrace fall energy. It doesn't feel very much. Honestly, that's what I meant. Like, I gotta tell you, like, it really, it's because too, like, I got that, I got to put it this way. When we've got this much energy, I'll put it this way. I hope this helps. When we've got this type of energy happening, everything feels like an omen. You know what I mean? Like everything's like boom. but that's the thing about it. You have to remember, be like, oh, yeah, everything's retrograding right now. Like just don't let it energetically overwhelm you. Just like move through it, if that makes sense. I think that embracing the fall, like that energy right now, makes a lot of sense. Haley, it feels incongruous is what I keep on getting. I'm about to have my Jupiter return, so that'll be fun. Yeah, well, I mean, especially with the fact that Jupiter's in Cancer right now, I feel like, remember, it'll probably be a lot of emotional processing that's occurring. And thank you for the gifts channeling. Reminds me of your dream where the high priestess and buckle up. No, absolutely. That dream was wild. It was so beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. Exactly. She was prepping us for the eclipse season. No, I couldn't agree more. Like, I think that a lot of the work that we're trying to do right now is like, and I like this because, like, I do feel like high priestess energy can be very helpful in this capacity, right? Because, like, it's working in the ability of navigating and working through something proportionally is what I keep on seeing. Frustration equals new lessons. Beautifully said, Wushu. And thank you for the stars, Adam. Thank you for the compliment, Stella. Outside tea. Hi there, Per. Good to see you today. No problem, Hannah. Absolutely. No, babe, go. Yeah, if it's that late, like hold the reading. I want you in a good place when we're doing a reading for you. Your scream. I'm not sure what that means. I'm afraid, Dale, I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to communicate in those messages. So if you could just be a little bit more clear in terms of what you're trying to say. In case there was any doubt, the retrograde is real. You on here. Hi there. All right. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Again, so Dale, like, make sure, like, I'm happy, like, if you want to communicate in the chat, make sure that you're not just communicating upon non sequiturs. Okay, make sure that you're articulating something that again, right, something that brings clarity instead of confusion, please. Okay, thank you. Because again, you have to understand when we post non sequiturs, we're creating trauma because that's confusing. We don't just pontificate upon like cryptic symbols. It's not healthy for others. It can create a lot of anxiety. So make sure if you're trying to communicate something, you're articulating it from a place of reason. I really have headaches 2 days straight. Make sure that you're hydrating a lot, especially with with all these planets in Aries right now. Yeah, even in the comments. Yep. Zazu. I love that you call her Zazu. Excellent. Not me and my Pluto Sag and Jupiter Cancer. Well, I think that this energy might be a little bit easier for you, Haley, with those placements. I know, little vamp. It can feel really intense. Make sure that you're prioritizing care of yourself as you're navigating through this energy right now. Thank you for those cherries, Wushu. Thanks a lot of Cancer. Exactly. Thank you, all the Cancer energy. Universe, why are you testing me? I need to tell you, it's not an energetic test, right? I don't want you experiencing this by feeling like the universe is testing you. Sometimes the energy is easy, sometimes it's rough. It's testy energy. It can make us feel testy, is what it is. The universe isn't testing us, it's just energy that makes us feel testy right now. So just be conscientious about that. Bren, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Sin, you're describing the last few days for me. Well, I'm glad that this is in alignment to you, and thank you for the confirmation. I know the feelings are potentially going to feel a little, like I told you, little vamp, like a little bit of that unhinged feeling right now. The moon's in Cancer, Jupiter and Venus are in Cancer. It can create a lot of hypersensitivity about stuff. I've had headaches for several days. XX, I believe I'm going to read the list for anyone who's on the list to confirm the list right now. So just hold on a minute. All right, the list we have right now, I've got one more spot available before the list will be closed today. We've got Stella, Rebecca, Bridget, Hannah, Nikki, Julia, Bryn, Zahara, Haley, and BB. Okay, if I have not named you and you're on the list, comment in the comments with the initial where you sent the payment. The app hates mentioning other apps, so please just give the initial. Thank you so much. Grand Rising, Denise. Thank you as well, Wushu. Me as well. I've been chalking all my mood swings and headaches up to listen, it's not to say that that's also potentially happening, but this energy can make it feel even more amplified. Everything's Nikki. Everything's on mine. I get the feeling right now. And thank you, Keisha, for the follow. We are all in this together, tap to claim. Thanks a lot. I know it's hard. This energy can make us get really up in our head. Yes, that's what I was thinking too at first, but now I'm thinking, yeah, partnerships are going through it lately, it seems. Well, and the thing I got to tell you right now, honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, this energy right now is hardest for the energy deep within divine union. This is just to show you there's no qualitative space where something's better or worse. This type of energy is hardest for energy deep within divine union because everything else is getting good direction sense from it. Time for honest convos, tap to claim. Yep. Impossible to mask the indifference. So it's time to start working through the BS and grow. Beautifully said, Haley. As a Leo, I cannot stand. I know it's like nothing. I keep wondering nothing will make a Leo walk in the opposite direction than passive aggressiveness. It's like it's really like it's like I'll tell you right now. Like this is often why I'll tell you right now. Like this is often why you see like Scorpio and Leo partnerships are really hard because it's like working through something not in the space of nuance, you know? Yep, absolutely, Haley. It's strange times indeed. We'll be fine. Compassion has been key for me. Oh my God, I just realized how passive aggressive I've been being lately. It's the man, it's the energy right now. It's hard not to fall into it. That's why I'm saying this. That's why I'm saying this so fundamentally right now. I don't even realize I'm doing it. I told you Aquarian full moon, like the desire to disassociate can often lead to doing that, right? And Bri, thank you for the follow. I'm going on an apology tour. That's great. And Mia, thank you for the follow. Haley, my partner's been taking the brunt of my mood swings and passive aggression. But here's the thing, look, even in the space where we recognize that we're going through that, we articulate upon it. We take accountability for it. We're allowing the space by which we can resolve it. Yep. There you go. There you go. You're gonna make up for it. And Aga, thank you. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising Team Lasana. Elisa, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I'm feeling like working through that sound is taking years. I mean, it takes a long time, Elisa, you know, but important work always does. Haley, thank you as well. He's patient. I'm very glad to hear that, little vamp. Six of Wands energy, especially Wands in general, has been heavy in my spreads lately. I've been seeing a lot too. It's the retrograde. And remember, I keep on hearing it has to do with the fact that, like I told you, the partnerships right now are in temperance, all about healthy direction. Yeah, the little things are suddenly huge issues. Not sound that healing is taking years. Yeah, it sounds like I want to fight. Then I want to cry about it. That's exact. I told you, yeah. But again, Nikki, the planets are in Venus and Aries. Yes, like what you're saying is, yeah, you want to fight and then you're going to cry about it. That's me. What am I healing from? I'm happy to read for you on that, Dale, if you'd like to get on the list. I'm not sure what you're indicating in relationality to what you're indicating is not stopping. I think that there again, make sure that you're like the one thing I need to stress. You're totally welcome to communicate in the chat, but make sure that you're not just communicating non sequiturs. Make sure that you're communicating full thoughts. Okay, fully formed thoughts in the chat, please. fully formed thoughts in the chat. I love that. Healthy static. Thank you, Haley. Nikki, thank you for sharing the live. Yeah, quiet static. Exactly. Haley, yeah, that resonates deeply. It's also so much easier to work through instead of pushback. Absolutely. Sending seeing the lightning before you hear thunder. I like that, Belladonna. Elisa, thank you for this advice. I've been so attached to my thoughts. It's okay. Listen, being attached to your thoughts is a good thing, but being attached to your thoughts allows the context of doing something that feels like it nourishes the self with them. Yeah, that actually resonates. No, I think that's a very intriguing way of bringing of like articulating on this energy. So much I know there's and that's the thing about how I keep on saying it. Okay, this type of energy can create a lot of overthinking and then a lot of overly feeling badly about it. So make sure that you're just progressing through it onto the better thought, right? And that doesn't mean ignoring something that requires work, but finding a way to energetically resolve it, something that feels like it's reaffirming to the self. Thank you, Haley. I'm so glad that this helped. Thank you as well, Stacy and Elisa. You're so welcome. Yep, I got you, Stella. And thank you for confirming. Mick, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hold on a minute. My goodness, you're a breath of fresh air. That collective gave me a lot of guidance. I'm so glad to hear that, BB. And I hope it's in alignment with some of the stuff that you've been getting as well. I love this collective energy today. I mean, it's like it's frustrating, but it's also reaffirming. You know, there's something important about that. Anyone know if I've got you? Yes, I've got you on the list, Nikki. I've got you. Here it is. I've got you number 5 on the list today. Listen, Those with Taurus placements right now, this type of energy, I'm going to say this respectfully, probably feels like absolute trash. Okay, I gotta tell you, all right, this type of energy, especially if you've got Taurus placements, it's not, it's gonna, because I'm telling you, I've been saying this, when there's so much, when there's so many planets, when there's so many planets in Aries, it can feel like you're seeing red flags everywhere. And then you've got Venus, and it's like the red flags are planted exactly where you feel most vulnerable, right? Like that's the type of energy we're dealing with right now. I totally understand. Yep. You're so welcome, Nikki. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I know it's intense, but the thing I got to tell you, it's going to get more intense. We've got an eclipse cycle coming up. We've got an eclipse cycle coming up in like just a few weeks. So that's why I'm like, make sure that you're feeling good, and anything, like, don't be harboring anything right now. Work it through. Work it through so you don't have some kind of big blow up during the eclipse cycle. You know, all right. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I can't wait for it to get worse. It's not that it's necessarily going to get it worse. Okay. It's going to get more intense. Okay. It's going, you have to understand, the eclipses don't have a characteristic. They amplify the energy that we're going through. So that's why I'm saying, if you're not feeling right now, work to resolve it, because the eclipse is just going to turn everything up to like, it's going to crank the amp to like 11, you know? I know, it's delightful. I know everything feels like an omen with this type of energy. That's accurate. Thank you for confirming, Nikki. Testi's my middle name lately. I'm a Cancer moon, so this is wild emotional stuff. It's going to be hard right now for those with Cancer placements. It's going to be hard for those with like Taurus placements right now, because I keep on hearing, like, you have to understand, I need to point this out, and this is why I always describe Aries. It's like, it's a lot of that fast reaction stuff. You want to make sure that you're fortifying against an energetic trigger right now. I'm a Cancer moon conjunct my North Node, so I've been emotionally transformed. I've been emotionally transformed, and Scorpio Sun rising in Mercury. That's a lot of processing, Julia. Yeah, that's just poof, poof, poof. You know, like, as you hear that, just like processing. Oh, as I spill coffee. Perfect timing. Hold on a moment. Yep, me too. Thank you for confirmation as well, BB. That's okay. A little coffee, I like it. A little coffee on the tarot cards. Why not? Hold on a minute. As I have to clean off my tarot card. Oh, the marathon of dogs. Oh, Bridget, I wish you so much support on that journey, dear. I hope it goes well. I truly do. Okay, where were we? Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you today. And just a reminder to anyone joining us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list as well today, you can do so via my tree that is Binks in my Lio. We've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. So if you want to have a reading today, make sure that you're securing that spot. Also, if you're on the hold list and want to get on the list, please tell me now so you can secure a spot. So you're saying there is a chance of what? A chance of what? A chance of what? That tracks. Thank you, Julia. To go into the eclipse and a positive mindset, it could just enhance that for us. Well, yeah, you know, the thing about, I need to point this out. There's always something positive. There's always something positive to be doing in an energy like this. I'm going to tell you right now, this type of energy right now can be transformative in the space of being able to articulate the nuances of your feelings, is what I keep on seeing. The ability to articulate and amplify the nuanced feelings. Like, this is what I keep on seeing that's happening in relationality to that. It's working in that context. So I just keep on seeing, and that's what I mean. When you're I keep on hearing, and I need to point this out, when you're feeling energetically triggered, like, for instance, not reacting to the trigger, but talking through why you feel energetically triggered. Like, that is the beauty of the retrograde, that allows us to go deep and in exploring the feelings of the self in the process. Coffee flavored cards, exactly. I've been spilling coffee like crazy. This is like, me spilling coffee right now is just kind of like an ongoing theme. Is what I keep on saying. A little coffee here, a little coffee there. All right, one moment. Yep, I lost my spot. Hold on a minute. Hi there, dear. Yep, heck yeah. Oh my God, yep. Oh man, my mom must be going through it too. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sending you support on that, dear. It's hard when it's like, and that's the hard part when someone alienates themselves. They need to come into the space of being able to resolve that, you know? Absolutely. Absolutely. To go, yeah, and I hope that helps in clarifying, Hannah. A little coffee never hurt anyone. Anxiety through the roof. But here's the thing. I need to keep on saying, Bridget, I know you carry a lot of anxiety. I want you to move it. I want you to move it into excitement. I really do. I want you to focus on trying to move it into excitement. Okay? A Taurus sun, hold on a minute. A Taurus sun, but my Aries placements always override everything. Aries retrogrades are mellow to me. Well, that's good, Chrissy, because like it can be really difficult when you carry a lot of Taurus and Aries placements because it's, what if I put more force on it? What if I just put more force on it? What if I do it again but harder? Like that's what I like. That's what I like about someone who carries a lot of Taurus and Aries placements. It's like, what if I just do the same thing, but I'll do it really hard this time? I gotta put in the work. I talked through an issue with my coworker and I felt better since. I'm very glad to hear that, Hannah. I took your advice not to make assumptions. I'm very happy to hear that. I've just been super clumsy and getting tons of bruises. It just again, just working into it's a lot of this, like I keep on seeing it's a lot of putting like it's a lot of that like rapidness where like it is kind of energetically clumsy to a certain extent as well. Yeah, look, it's hold on a minute, my favorite couple in the same room. That's sweet. I'm definitely thinking, I'm very glad to hear that. I'm glad that that's going to help with that, dear. Oh, that's me. Thank you as well, BB. And thank you, Chrissy. Well, I just told you why you feel so stressed, Nikki. All the planets are sitting in Aries and Venus. It's exactly how you described it. All right, friends, we're going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list today, we've got one spot available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. Keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumships readings, love reading, dream interpretations, and guided messages. We also do Akashic readings. Also, we're at 35K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And before we get started on personal readings, it's not too much, Nikki. You got this. Can the planets just stop because we don't like that? It's enough slices. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine so long as you're working on feeling grounded right now. Okay? Like it's okay. We can navigate eclipse cycles together. All right. So the first thing before we get started, the first person on the list for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And before we begin, why don't we, Stella, I believe you said that you sent yours, so that's fine. And you'll also have an additional card in your reading. But before we begin, let's do a little intuition test. So I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boss. What does the boss mean? Are you trying to write B? Oh, boar. It's the otter. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. I'm going to pull up Stella's reading. Just bear with me a moment, friends. Also, just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or past life you'd like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Just bear with me a moment. Let me find Stella's message. Hold on. Please hold. And also, friends, we're at 36.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Where are we? Okay. So there is some deep trauma associated with this reading, so I'm going to keep this internal in relationality to what I'm reading for. So just bear with me as I read over what was sent. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna help you on, like, so Stella, we're gonna do a little bit of reading to help you process through. I keep on seeing, one of the things I'm identifying right now is the fact that it's like trying to understand this trauma better in order so that you can energetically release it. So can I please get, and thank you for being the first person on the list. You'll have 5 cards in your reading. Can I please have 5 cards, please, to help processing? What can they have to help them as they're trying to release this and move forward from it? Thank you. Okay, got you. And 2 more, please. Hmm. So one of the things that we're going to talk about, and hold on, I'm pinning up Stella here. Make sure to give Stella a follow. We want to support, no, make sure that we give Stella some love. So one of the things that I see that's happening right now in relationality to working through something is the recognition and understanding. Like, one of the things that we talk about is trauma occurs in the space where something happens that does not make energetic sense. And this is why we have to work very hard when we're trying to work in a space of mindfulness. That mindfulness is not just being mindful of ourselves, but having empathy in relationality to not creating trauma in those that we are energetically surrounded by. And one of the things I keep on seeing in relationality to what occurred in the space by which you are energetically traumatized was the violation that occurred as it relates to the expectations of what was going to occur after that experience versus what effectively resulted from it. Because I keep on seeing here that um, there was a lot of this emotionality, right? I see that, and I keep on hearing. We talked a lot about the space by which, um, I almost see a space by which another person articulating upon how much they cared about you, right? And I feel like that was a lot of the building into the context of that energetic connection. Like, I almost hear it wasn't necessarily what happened, but what that person said is where I keep on hearing what that person said to you was where the wound was energetically created. And this is why it's so important that we understand that to articulate a manifestation goal to another, but not create clarity to it, can create, like, there's almost nothing worse than that to a certain extent, because I see the fact that everything that happened, like, you've been having to navigate the trying to recognize and conform to the validation point of the authenticity of an experience that had profound meaning to you, right? And not wanting to let that go because the fact that you changed, I keep on hearing you changed in the experience of that occurrence is all I keep on seeing here. And I keep on hearing, and I keep on getting the message from one of your guides that says, just because they did not experience it the way that you did doesn't nullify your own transformation in the context of it having occurred, is what I keep on hearing, which is the space by which, and I keep on seeing the way that you're going to able to energetically heal this is by effectively understanding that something occurred that night that both, I keep on hearing, wounded you, it altered you, it changed the course of your life, is what I keep on hearing. And that's what I think that, and I keep on seeing like that is something that you can hold. That is the tangible space. And I also see nobody else can energetically nullify that from you, right? And that's why I feel like, and that's why I'm almost identifying too that the space by which this wound was so profound I keep on hearing, has far less to do with what occurred that night, but the context by which another person opened up to you, right? And I keep on hearing that transformation is not nullified in the context of that person not being authentic as it relates to what they were conveying to you, is all I keep on hearing, which is to say that the context by which you, like I keep on saying, that everything in your life changed after that experience, right? That the ability to honor the fact that you moved into that experience one person and you left it an entirely separate person. That even in the context of doing that allows you, I keep on hearing, allows you to recognize and identify how profoundly it changed you, but also begin to be able to heal the wound in that context. Because I keep on seeing that, and I keep on seeing the space by which you making sure that you're not centering them in that process of healing. Because that's the one thing I keep on seeing that's still happening right now. You're very much still magnetized in relationality to being concerned about them. They never expressed any concern for you, right? Like that is what hurts in this space. They had that nothing they have done has indicated a concern to you. So that's what I keep on feeling like the energetic return that you kind of need to bring back to yourself is saying, if they are not concerned about your well-being, you do not need to be concerned about theirs. That is not you being selfish. That is you holding compassion for yourself, prioritizing your own healing. And that does not make it okay. I'm not saying that to validate anything that occurred, because everything that you've articulated to me that occurred is completely unacceptable. But the ability to say that was unacceptable, I changed within it, and I'm not going to allow my healing to require the focus on them or what they were thinking, but rather the understanding that everything that we've seen that was indicated from that was showing a lack of thought. Like that is the answer. That is the resolution point, because you keep asking. I told you the trauma comes from asking something that cannot be answered. So when you ask yourself, what were they thinking? The answer you must give yourself is they weren't thinking. They weren't thinking about the implications. They weren't thinking about how it might energetically affect you. They were operating purely from the space of trying to address their own need and desire. And this is why that is selfish. Because when we manifest, when we focus on a manifestation goal that's only for the self, we create trauma in the process of energetically achieving it. So that ability of, and I keep on hearing the resolution point, when you start to ask yourself that question and say, what were they thinking? I want you to resolve and say, they were thinking about themselves. They were thinking about purely upon the focus upon how they were experiencing something and being caught up in the moment, rather than thinking about the implications of how much they were profoundly changing you in the process of doing something that was very energetically selfish. Bottom of the deck on this reading, King of Wands and its reversal. The misconception in the healing that you're trying to proceed was that they were thinking about you. It seems to me like there's an energy here, like that's a lot of the difficulty. I told you, there's somebody who's, every time I read for this person, I see someone who only thinks about themselves. They only think about themselves. And when someone is constantly only thinking about themselves, they don't bring that mindfulness to other situations as it relates to how their actions may be energetically impacting another person. So I almost see somebody. So even in the context of this, I keep on, remember when I said every time I read into this person, I keep on hearing them say to themselves, I didn't promise them anything, but they left you with a lot of assumptions based upon them articulating their wishes. And I keep on hearing the recognition point that a wish is not something that we act upon. The reason we say wish is because we have no, we say wish because it's a manifestation that is out of our, like, it's not something that we're willing to reach for. So even in the space of another person having said something and they said wish, and you heard wish as this is what we're going to do, like even in that space, I keep on seeing someone that knows very well what they said to you that night, but they just they keep on trying to convince themselves that what they were saying was not, I keep wondering, wasn't a promise because they articulated upon the word wish instead of determination. Because I keep on hearing this energy doesn't wish for anything because they don't move towards I keep on hearing they don't understand the significance by which they're I keep on hearing they operate more from a fear mindset in terms of not trying to upset any kind of energetic security that they've created for themselves. I hope that helps in relationality to healing and helping you through that journey. And again, I'm sending you so much support in terms of what you had to go through. And I hope that these messages are helping you as you continue to heal. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. We have one more spot on the list today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 41.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Yeah. We all need to work on our intuition this morning, apparently. Exactly. Not only this morning. Yes, in order to release it. Yes, this helps so much. It's the first reading that doesn't hurt. I'm glad that this reading is helping. And listen, I don't think there's going to be any reading that you find that takes that hurt from you. And the ability for you to honor that hurt, I hope this helps you in terms of how to carry it forward in a way that feels like it can help you start to heal from it. It's a difficult journey. Take it step by step, saying every day to prioritize yourself. Beautifully said. And I keep on hearing, don't center them in your healing journey. If they did not have a consideration on how you would feel, you don't have to have a consideration on how they feel. I see someone, I mean, I keep on, the thing about it when I'm reading into them, they wouldn't have to keep saying that to themselves if they weren't trying to convince themselves of it, is what I keep on hearing. I like to point out, when we repeat something like that over and over again, when I do a reading like that, it sounds like someone who's trying to avoid shadow work by trying to convince themselves that something's true. I keep on hearing they wouldn't have, their higher self isn't taking it, which is why they keep on repeating it, because I keep on hearing they keep saying it and the higher self is just pushing it back at them. No, exactly. Beautifully said, Stella. And I hope that helps, dear. I'm glad that you're feeling restored today. Private reading, Selena, it depends on my schedule. So if you go to my profile, you should be able to see the schedule there. I hope that helps, dear. I love that the higher self isn't taking. No, that's that's the fact that I keep reading for them, and the fact that every time I read into it, I hear I keep on hearing, we don't have to keep on repeating something like that to ourselves if the higher self is not accepting it, is what I keep on seeing. That's why I keep on hearing somebody that keeps on saying that's themselves. So the higher self, I keep on hearing the higher self keeps on pushing it back to them, if that makes sense. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person is on the list for today is Rebecca. Rebecca, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Rebecca's question, let's do an intuition test. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and we got Bexka up here. Just bear with me a moment. All right. No, there like yeah, thank you as well, dear. All right, I'm gonna pin up Miss Bexka here, guys. Make sure to give them some love. One moment, please. All right, and I just need to check the disco. Hold on a minute. I got you, dear. Okay. Here, outside tea. I've been feeling very much affected by the retrograde season. Collective reading was very resonant. That being said, I can feel my team and my ancestors working in my life. Manifestations are coming to fruition. Still, I'm worried and doubting my choices at every turn. I also found out my son has been up to trouble, typical teen stuff. But I can't stop thinking about it and worrying. What guidance does my team and ancestors have for me navigating the huge life changes coming up and being the best parent or partner in the midst of all of these big emotions? Am I on the right path? Is there anything I should be doing that I'm not? Okay. Can I please have what beautiful question, by the way? Like, what absolutely beautiful question. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Bex? Thank you. 2 more, please. All right. You know, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to someone here is I keep this is the type of energy that gets in trouble protecting a reckless friend, is what I keep on seeing. Like, this is giving me the energy of someone who's got a heart of gold. You know what I mean? Like, this type of energy, man, it's giving me the type of energy of someone who, like I would be very curious about their placements, because I see somebody who's like, they're giving me like they're kind of like they're noble. I keep wondering, they're noble to a fault, and I don't think it's a fault. But the thing I keep on hearing is when you see somebody, I keep on hearing this, when you see someone that is energetically protective in this capacity, the most important thing you can teach them is that you cannot protect someone from their own energetic choices, is what I keep on seeing. You can't, you have to help someone understand that that the space by which another makes ill-advised choices, they're not being a bad friend if they're not, I keep on hearing, if they're not, I keep on seeing, if they're not in the space of coming towards someone in order to energetically defend them, is what I keep on seeing. That's the hard thing I keep on seeing about this. I would not be surprised if this is a type of energy of saying, like, what was I supposed to do in that situation, is what I keep on seeing. Like, it's giving me a little bit of that vibration. And so I keep on, and I listen, I see this energy, and it's beautiful, right? I see this energy, and it's very, I keep on saying it's very, very restorational. It's very, very protective. They're very, very noble, right? But the thing is, and I keep on hearing, like, the thing that's difficult in relationality to something like that is, um, you know, when another person, um, I keep on hearing when another person is working so carefully in the space of being able to amplify and articulate the space of being energetically protective towards another person. It has to be proportional to how much thought and consideration that other person is putting to them in the process. I feel like that's the thing I keep on seeing that is happening in that modality. It's the context by which we're able to recognize and amplify what feels like it is energetically reciprocal. Because I almost like I see some kind of situation here. Like I almost see like some kind of situation of like I keep on hearing when another person uh knows I keep on hearing when another person knows that that I keep wondering when another person knows we care about them, we work tirelessly not to put them in difficult situations, is what I keep on seeing. Like that is literally, and I feel like that's the thing that you have to help another person through. Because especially what often happens when I see noble energy like this is noble energy meets, I thought you said you'd do anything for me, right? Like when noble energy meets, I thought you'd do anything for me. That's usually the sound of noble energy being taken advantage of. Because the call of love is I would do anything for you. And the response of love is I work so you don't have to, right? The understanding that when we care about each other, we know implicitly that we would go to great lengths for one another, but then we support each other by never making that a point of evidence, but making it something that we protect and cherish and we are respective of. Because I feel like that is the hardest thing that I see that someone needs to work through at this time, especially in relationality to another person who I keep on seeing perpetually changes the need or raises the bar or is always in the space of saying that I keep on hearing is like, and I keep on hearing a standard is a consistent need, not seeing how much, like almost they seeing like not telling others, oh, look what I can get this person to do, or look what, like, you know what I mean? Like not, I keep on hearing not showing off another person's care for them, but holding it from a place of like holding it like no, I keep hearing noble energy should be held with honor, which is the space by which another person doesn't take it, doesn't dismiss it as a point of being like look what I can get them to do, but rather being like I cherish them so much because they energetically care about me. So I feel like I keep on seeing that there needs to be a conversation as to the level or degree of care that they're putting to another person, whether it feels like it is reciprocated in terms of the situations that they're putting them in. And I feel like it's hard, right? Because even I keep on hearing, this is hard because this is often a lesson that requires some wisdom within it. You know what I mean? Like I keep on seeing that there's something important in relationality to articulating upon that work that is potentially like I almost see somebody that is making choices to try to be energetically protective of another person. But that's why I keep on seeing you having to say to someone that the ability of us being, I keep on hearing when we're precious with our energy, we don't require protecting because we're protective of ourselves. Is what I keep on when we're energetically protective of ourselves, we don't need protecting because we don't put ourselves in difficult, in dangerous, specific. Like I keep hearing, because we don't put ourselves in difficult situations, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel that is kind of, and I keep on saying the one thing that you can't do is making sure, I keep on hearing the one thing that you can't do is making sure that you don't, I keep on hearing, don't come down, don't, I keep on hearing no hammer drops is what I keep on seeing. Like I'm telling you right now, you try to drop a hammer on something here, you're going to drive a wedge between you and them, right? So I keep on seeing like your own ability to kind of help someone or walk them through this. Potentially, even I keep on hearing like if you can't help them via your own experience, is what I keep on hearing. Don't give rules, give experiences, which is articulating to another something that you experience that will help them recognize and resonate the similarities in terms of building into the context of the position that another person is placing them in, is what I keep on seeing. But I keep on saying the one thing that's coming through in the guides is, and I keep on hearing if I keep on hearing, if you try to drive a hammer, it'll turn into a wedge, is what I keep on getting. Remember that. Bottom of the deck. And I feel like you have to, I don't think you have to say that to yourself. You have to say that to someone who you're doing this with. It's not like you have to say that to another person here, someone that you're working in context with. When I keep on hearing, you have to say to someone, if you try to drive a hammer, you're going to drive a wedge between you and them. When we drive hammers, when we put the hammer down, we drive wedges, is what I keep on hearing. When we put the hammer down, all we do is drive a wedge. So make sure that you're articulating to someone else about that too. Build upon, educate with experiences, not wedges, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, because I keep on seeing making sure that there's a context by which another person does not just stop telling you about things, right? You don't want to create the space where another person articulates something and then you drive an energetic wedge and then they never tell you something ever again, is what I keep on seeing. So the observation of helping another person through, I keep on hearing, helping them and reinforcing their own energetic decisions by helping them articulate and remember what it feels like to be cared for, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bex. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Where were we? I love you. You got me saying disco, Nikki. That's all you. I like it though. They're so sweet. So far, so good. I'm so glad to hear that, Bridget. Definitely about my son. He's a Gemini sun, Aries moon. Again, what was I going to do? What I hear the I told you that's a little defender right there. I see that this is the energy yeah, that's a bit of I told you that's a little knight in shining armor. That's a knight in shining armor energy. He's a Gemini Aries moon, and he's been trying to help a girl. Okay. She's going through a lot, but he's getting in trouble sneaking out with her in an effort to be there. Thank you for confirmation on the reading. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. This is so helpful. I'm like him. It's hard to give him advice on, I'm like him, so it's hard to give him advice on boundaries. I feel like this is how you have to do it. It's like, I keep on saying, it's not about the fact that they care. Well, I keep on hearing when we recognize that someone cares about us, we have to conduct ourselves in a space we don't put others in a difficult situation on account of us, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, it started out needing someone to talk to and then needing help with a ride. Yeah, okay. And then sneaking out. You see, that's what I mean. Right? Like someone that is not honoring, but asking the changing of the energetic need. You see the changing of the energetic need? Yeah, she's a sweet girl, but I agree. If she cared, she wouldn't ask him to get himself and others. And exactly, that's hard. She's carrying so much stuff, and she probably doesn't realize she's doing it. How beautiful, both he and I, healing from the boundaries by teaching him. Beautiful. Continue to do that work, Miss Bex. I love that advice too. You know, soft, yeah, exactly. Soft approach with him instead of, no, don't. I keep on hearing, the one message I kept on getting with that is if you try to put the hammer down here, you're going to drive a wedge. I hope that helps, dear. And I keep on hearing that's not directly so much to you, so much as someone that you're potentially doing this work with them. And Josie, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Audrey, thank you for getting on the list. The list is now closed. Thank you for the heart, Miss BB. That's actually helpful too. I wanted to say that to the girl's mom, but wasn't sure. It's difficult. It's a difficult situation to be in. How wonderful he's created a sense of safety for her, even if it's just a little bit. That's true. Tap to claim. I love all the pages. Yeah, did you see all those pages? I'm glad that you saw them too. Like helping that. I keep on hearing what you're doing right now is you're teaching them how to advocate for themselves, is what I keep on hearing. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there, Audrey. Yep, I've got you. Yep, nope, you're all good. I've got you on the list right now, so you just need to wait for your turn. I'll read the list right now for those who are waiting. We've got Bridget, Hannah, Nikki, Julia, Bryn, Zahara, Haley, BB, and Audrey. All right. Excellent. All right, let's continue. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Brigetta. Brigetta, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Thank you for the gifts, BB. Oof. All right, Bridge, I got all of your cards out, man. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. All right, they're already out. So, like, okay, what is this? Oh my goodness. Is this the dream? Wow. Oh, they came out too sweet. You see how fast they flew out? I didn't even have a chance to collect myself. We're also at 46.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right, and before we get started on that reading, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are like so many dragons today. We've got the earth dragon out. We had the air dragon before. All right, let's get to it. All right, outside tea. I had a dream where I wasn't just looking at tarot cards. I was the figure inside them, moving through the scenes with my divine counterpart. It began with the chariot. I was on the chariot itself, riding forward with him. The image didn't stay still. The card shifted and carried us directly into the 6 of Swords, where we became the passengers in the boat traveling across the water together. From there, the flow continued, and we found ourselves in the 2 of Cups, raising our glasses in union and drinking together. And then it shifted seamlessly into the 6 of Pentacles, where we've been holding pentacles holding the pinnacles in our hands. Each card unfolded into the next like a continuous story, one image bleeding into the other. I don't know if there were more cards after that, but I remember realizing within the dream that this was so beautiful and I wanted to hold on to it. So I accidentally woke myself up. All right. So let's take a look at what we've got here. I keep on, one of the things that I keep on seeing, and it's interesting too, because the way the cards came out, they were all transverse. They were all transverse with the exception of one, the Queen of Cups. So what does that tell us? This is the difference between, remember, a lot of the dreams, these are guided dreams that are coming through right now in relationality to working through and understanding how it's going to feel when you are with divine counterpart that may feel like it stands out as it relates to past connections. So what are we seeing is the important quality in the difference between moving through situations with your divine counterpart versus what you experience in past connections. The difference between a process and a hurdle. Because I just keep on seeing that in past situations, every time there was a transition, it led to an energetic collapse. I keep on hearing there was some kind of fragility that you are navigating as it relates to relationships, not being able to go through the throes of life. Because you have to understand a healthy relationship is flexible, it's adaptable. It understands that it doesn't stay within a rigid form. It doesn't do something for us. And then once it stops doing that, we move away from it because we say that it's no longer serving us. It's the ability of finding the elasticity in healthy partnership that shows the energetic health of relationship. You're carrying a lot of wounds as it relates to karmic situations that could not handle a transition, that is supposed to be the weight. It's supposed to be the fundamental experience of being in partnership. So I keep on hearing that a lot of those relationships, the fabric tore in them because they couldn't bear the weight of the day-to-day changes that are characteristic of a healthy energetic experience, potentially even someone trying to punish you for them. Having those modalities, we often recognize we're in very fragile relationships where someone starts qualifying what we bring to them and saying to them that they no longer meet the expectations by which we entered a partnership, right? The space by which someone says, you've changed a lot since I first met you. We're supposed to change. We're supposed to change. That isn't a reason to end a relationship. A relationship is supposed to be transformational. But when someone wants something from a relationship, then often the characterization point on why one other person is leaving, right? The song you will hear when someone is trying to take an energetic advantage of someone is the space by which they see someone changing in the context of the relationship. And they don't say, yay, they say, this isn't for me anymore. Why? Because I'm not getting what I expected. I'm not getting what I wanted from it. So this is what I keep on seeing is going to be the hallmark. And I love the fact that you described that you said it began with the chariot, because even in the space of saying it began in the chariot, what does the chariot card teach us? That a healthy relationship is a chariot. It's not about where you're going. It's about being in the relationship together. It's not the space by which you're carrying someone somewhere or taking them somewhere. It's the space by which no matter what occurs, you stay within the relationship, which is why it's so powerful, the cards that you articulated on this journey. Because what did you start with? The chariot, a beautiful card. Everything sunshine and rainbows in the chariot. The sky is the limit. What did the chariot move into? You said it didn't stay still. Of course it doesn't stay still. It moves straight into the Six of Swords. And that's what happens in partnership. That is literally the articulation point of being in a relationship that is for better or for worse, for good times or bad times. And potentially, if these were situations that you recognized or your healing wounds where someone was with you when everything was great, but then when you were going through some kind of hardship, they were like, I'm out of here. I got to go. Nope, I have nothing to do with this. This is the energy that shows you that a healthy relationship isn't just in it for the chariot moments. You're in it for the whole ride. You're in it for the whole experience, the highs and the lows, which is why we saw that there was that immediate moment of shifting from the chariot into the Six of Swords. And then you said that when you moved out of the Six of Swords, because again, you became the passengers in the boat, because that's what happens in healthy partnership. It's the inevitability of working through the throes of life, as it were, that then effectively carries us into, as we described, you said from there, you said the flow continued, and you said you found yourself in the Two of Cups, right? And the space by which we identify and recognize the Two of Cups, raising our glasses in union and drinking together. This is a further ambiguation upon that point, because it's literally the conversation that we saw with the Chariot to the Six of Wands, the Two of Cups, talks about healthy union. That says, again, it's a full sentence that says, a healthy union is not about where it takes you, right? It's not just solely the Chariot energy. It's going through everything together. It's the celebration of doing it in union and drinking together. And when we say drinking together, it means drinking the positive experiences, drinking the negative experiences, drinking the energetic highs, drinking the energetic lows. And then you said from the Two of Cups, it shifted seamlessly into the Six of Pentacles, which again is also beautiful, because Six of Pentacles frequently talks to us about the space of what it takes to cultivate something. And so basically the whole message of the dream that is given to you by the guides is helping you heal from karmic situations wherein another person potentially blamed you for changing, forgetting the fact that we're supposed to, a healthy relationship should be in a space of change. It's not just about taking it for a ride, because when energy says, oh, I've got to go because you've changed, that's energy that was trying to take you for a ride. That's energy that was taking advantage of you, because the moment that something wasn't going in the direction that they wanted it to, they said, I got to go. I'm out of here. No, that's a you problem. It's not a me problem. No, that's not my problem. That sounds really rough. But in the space by which you are able, so they're saying, like, in the space by which you have the healthy relationship, when things get difficult, that's when the relationship gets real, because that's the space by which we articulate and amplify where that energetic work is, what it is we're putting our force of energetic effort into. So everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that identification point, it's allowing the context by which I see that you're overcoming both. Again, the relationship is not only going to help you learn that, but it's also going to help you resolve all of those unhealthy relationships from the past that made you feel badly because something wasn't energetically perfect. The overarching message in this relationship is a healthy relationship is not one that requires one to hold a form or to be perfect. It's the energy that when we care about one another, right? It's not that we don't demand perfection from each other. We nourish each other to be able to find perfect together. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the moon card, I just keep on seeing that with a lot of the energy of the moon card working. I keep wondering, working through, like, a lot of, what's interesting about it is I would not be surprised if, I keep on hearing, like, I would not be surprised if a lot of the relationships that you experienced were almost in, I keep on hearing, in the reverse dynamic. I would not be surprised if what I'm seeing here, if the relationships, I would actually say the relationships that you potentially experienced were in the reverse of this, which is potentially finding someone at a point that they claimed that they were helpless and needing your energetic support, right? And then you doing everything in your power to try to uplift them into the Three of Cups. And then working through an adversity point where suddenly you needed energetic support in some fashion, right? And at the point that you needed the same energetic support that they gave you, that was when they heralded their departure. Because that is, I keep on hearing, that is the modality or the experience that we understand, that I keep on hearing not only, and that's why I keep on seeing that the fact that you said that the cards were bleeding into one another. And I feel like the thing about it that I keep on seeing, that you said that you wanted to hold on to it and then you woke up, is basically saying, like, even in the context of that occurring allows, I feel like that is the energy that's like, I feel like even in that space, it's like you arriving into the reality, because again, I keep on hearing the way we enter into our reality is by energetically rejecting the space by which we experience something that is not that. So I feel like even now, like, this is more of the guides showing you what that feels like, so that you don't get confused by someone trying to come towards you in the opposite capacity, right? I keep on hearing I feel like what's interesting about it is I keep on hearing that your counterpart is going to come to you fully formed, which is not, I keep on hearing you're not going to have someone coming to you in some kind of space of saying that they're in some kind of desperate state of need or they're in a low place, but rather doing the work to nourish the self in order to be able to facilitate care upon each other is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers being semi-LIO. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 47.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And thank you so much for sharing that intense stream, Bridget. That's just absolutely wild. Where are we? All right. On the disc. You're so welcome, Miss Bex. All right. Excellent. Dream reading. I got you, dear. Time to put the kiddo down. Oh, it's no problem, Haley. The dream. I know that's a wild dream. I almost said dragon. I was waiting for you to say that, Nikki. Frog is closest. I never guess dragons. I called the dragons last week every day. Dang. Oh, geez, Bridget, what is that unconscious doing? I know it's an intense dream. That's wild. Did you draw a spread in your dreams? Not all of us are losing our minds. She was living inside the cards. It's beautiful. Josie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yep, you stay in that chariot. Exactly. The chariot was fast. Yeah, the X. I remember my hair just whipping around on that chariot. My drawn on hair, that's really cool. I think the 6 of Swords was after. Well, that no, I would definitely anticipate, like, that's what I mean. The 6 of Swords should be after the chariot, which is like, because like I keep on seeing this, like it says to me, and I feel like again there's something important that was coming through in relationality to understanding. I keep on hearing like traveling the waters together is like working through the difficulties and hurdles, not breaking free from them is what I keep on getting. Thank you for those gift witches. So good to see you today, dear. Reminds me of the ex after your friend. The ex dipped out after, yeah, the ex who dipped out after the friend passed away. Yeah, definitely still working on that. You should be. That's really frustrating and awful. Oh no, I feel like it's not a premonition. I feel like it's almost like I feel like the guides are giving you this space to help you recognize what it's going to feel like in healthy partnership, right? And I keep on seeing like a lot of that energy, like also in the same time helping you navigate like what is and is not a hurdle as it relates to some energy, like going through something with you and almost like trying to articulate that it was some kind of energetic deal breaker. Yeah, that sounds about right. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Nikki. That just happened in our family, sending you support as well, Ella. Thank you for those gifts, which is so good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Rough energy, man, right? This is retro. It's going to get more intense. My past relationships have definitely been in the reverse. You're so welcome, Bridget. That was wild. Oh, thank you, dear. I love bringing, I know. Thank you for bringing your dream here. And thank you for trusting me to interpret it. All right, let's continue right now. Yes, exactly. Relationship. When I meet them, I'll just come here to confirm they're the one. Yeah, there we go. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Hannah's question, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The adder. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. We're at 49.9K likes, guys. All right, Julia, thank you for putting that note up for me. I'll make a note on the fact that it's up there. Okay. Excellent. We did it. Excellent. Okay, so before, okay. Oh, you're Hannah, you're right. Did Hannah need to take a moment? All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna give Hannah a minute. And while we wait for Hannah, let's do the 50K giveaway. All right, so I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 38. First person that posts the number will get the, oh yeah, she wanted to hold it. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Oh, Haley, you got it. That was so fast. Haley, you also got highest gifter. So you've got 2 readings right now. Can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Haley, go buy some lottery tickets today. All right, let's get to it. Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. Okay, so if Hannah's not here, we'll do that again when we get to 100K, guys. If Hannah, and also Haley, let me know if you want to do 2 readings today or if you want to hold one of those. The next person we're reading for is Nikki. Nikki! Yeah, this force is strong. Nikki, are we doing a general or do you have a specific question, dear? All right. I like the fact that it's like, it always feels like it's one or the other. It's either like, I have to see every number or like 0 numbers. All right. Okay. Nikki's not ready. Okay. Let's hold one and do a mind, body, spirit for one. Okay. That's fine. You're so welcome, dear. We can definitely do that. Okay. Oh, we're doing a past life. Okay, cool. More on the past life. All right. I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please? And just a reminder, the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. All right. Past life. You know, it's so interesting too, because I think we've talked about this. I feel like there's something really important that I see that you're navigating in relationality to the present and the past life right now. I keep on hearing it may be bringing up like a past life trigger to a certain extent. And I keep on seeing, so you'll remember how I've spoken about the fact that every time I read for you, as it relates to a past life, I keep on hearing, you know, the space, it's working on the space of being energetically precious is what I keep on hearing. And you'll remember how I said that every time I read for you in terms of past life, I just keep on seeing, like, the funny thing about it is I keep on feeling like one of the major lessons that you are working through as it relates to a past life. I keep on hearing like precious energy, um, like, like, doesn't have like energetic autonomy of the self is what I keep on seeing. This was something that was like a big issue for you in relationality to the past life is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on hearing in the past life, I think I've told you about this, all I kept on hearing was someone that was articulating how important you were And then all I keep on hearing is importance and restrictions, 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 restrictions is what I keep on hearing, right? Like I see somebody, I see one person, I literally have a past life memory I'm seeing of you, of someone sitting there and talking to you over and over and over again upon how energetically precious you were. And I keep on hearing from the context of the self, you being like, all I heard out of their mouth were restrictions, 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 restrictions. You can't do that. No, you're too important. You're too important. You're too important. You can't do that. No, you have to be careful, is what I keep on seeing. And it was like, I keep on hearing, it was the context. I keep on hearing, you couldn't lift a finger without there being some kind of fanfare, is what I keep on seeing. You couldn't do anything, is all I keep on getting. I keep on, I feel like I see this energy that was like wanting to like tear your hair, like tear their hair out to a certain extent because they were working through that in some capacity. So, you know, something I'm identifying here, and I feel like there's something that I see you working through in the context of the current in the space now, is I wouldn't be surprised if you get very triggered when someone says to you, you're too precious to me to stop doing that, is what I keep on hearing. I would be very surprised. Like I just keep on seeing like some kind of past life trigger coming towards you in the space of another person, like I keep on hearing like working in the context of articulating an energetic limitation by means or around the situation of navigating one's own sense of preciousness, is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on hearing, like I keep on hearing, and one of the things I see that you're working out in this life is understanding that preciousness. And I keep on hearing, and like this is what we talk about in the context of like working through positive or healthy love, that the context of preciousness. When we care about each other, we honor each other's choices, is what I keep on saying, because we recognize that we bring our judgment, our wise judgment to those choices. So I feel like there's something significant that's happening in relationality. I would say I would not be surprised right now if you're feeling energetically triggered in this retrograde cycle, because the one thing I will articulate is often these retrograde cycles bring up others' fears, right? They bring up others' anxieties. They bring up others' worries. And the one thing we always have to, like, I keep wondering, the one thing we temper our energetic fears with is the trust that we build towards one another as it relates to our choices. So I feel like it's interesting because I would say make sure that you're not, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're not getting overly, like, make sure that you're not getting overly sensitive in relationality to the past life wound that I keep on seeing has it. I keep on hearing, like, I almost see like you've got a little bit of this energetic tendency of, like, I feel like I keep wondering, like, feeling claustrophobic when someone starts articulating upon the preciousness that they have for you. And I keep on hearing, if you often feel sometimes triggered by someone talking about how important you are to them, is what I keep on seeing. This is the source of it. Is what I keep like, this is the source of it. If you're always like your validation point, if you're like, why do I get so energetically triggered or worried when someone starts talking about how much you mean to them? I'm getting here, this is why, because they're saying that you're carrying a past life trigger from some kind of experience where another person was like, I keep on seeing like a situation or circumstance where someone just keeps on telling you how important you are. And I keep on hearing the past life going, restriction, 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 right? You can't do, like I keep saying, like, you're so special, you can't do anything. You're so special, you can't do anything, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's interesting too, because it is giving me, it's so funny because like the song I'm actually hearing is the Wanna Have Fun song, is what I keep on hearing. It's giving me a lot of that. It's giving me a lot of that type of energy in the frustration point of someone. I keep on hearing like working through the context of care, right? The well-meaning care where another person, like the well-meaning care that we try to put into something and then feeling like and then feeling frustrated by it, and then another person saying, I'm saying this or I'm doing this because I care about you. And I keep on feeling like there's a lot of I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see you navigating to a certain extent that is almost I keep on hearing like the amplification, as it were, in terms of regulating. I keep on hearing like, I wouldn't be surprised if you're often having to do a lot of work in this life in regulating, like, like I keep on seeing walking the line between identifying what feels like it's energetically helpful in terms of another person expressing their care via the concern that they have for you, versus the space where they start to feel like they're energetically trying to restrict you because they energetically care too much. Um, Thank you. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And again, this is an area, like I keep on hearing, like this is something that you've come here to work through too, because they're saying to me, there's a deep past life wound associated with this. Yeah, I know. That was wild. Did you see those cards come? Yeah, I mean, Haley, well done, dear. Before I know this, Haley just nailed it today. Yep, no problem, dear. And it's funny too, because you said, let's do something fun. And then that song popped up in the reading too. I'm in shock, low key. Karmic lessons I'm working through. Yep. Oh, the star energy. It feels, no, it feels royal to me. Like what I'm reading here feels royal. Like, cause I just keep on hearing somebody like, I just keep on seeing something. You're too important to do anything. Is what you're too important to do anything. You're too important. Nope. Too important to do anything. This is giving me Lord of the Rings vibes. I like that per. Everyone in my life, especially family, is very much like, you're precious. Ah, thank you. And they have to protect me, but in a detrimental or controlling way. It's like, let me, yeah. So this is a carryover from the past life that you're working on. I have that wound too. Story of my life, yes. It's just because we care. Okay, well, you're suffocating me. Yep, overprotective. Yes, yep, you got the song, Nikki, which is so interesting because I'm so independent in this life. Like I can do it myself. And I keep on, and here's the thing about it though, and I need to point this out, Nikki, to keep this in mind, not pushing too hard against that. I keep on hearing, understanding the like work. I keep on hearing like, I see you almost having to like work. I keep on hearing, it's like I see you having to work on boundaries in this life, which is understanding, not being overly reactive when that happens, but being energetically proportional in terms of what is reasonable for another person to carry as it relates to them feeling precious towards you, versus not feeling the burden of their preciousness upon you, is what I'm getting. I keep on hearing that. You should write that down. How like the working through the meaning that you have for another, and like how much you mean to someone in terms of their care and concern, versus not putting the burden of their preciousness upon you, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. The next person. Also, we are at 52.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Next person we are reading for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know. Oh yeah, I am offline tomorrow. I will. Thank you, for reminding. There's a goldfish. All right. Not tomorrow. We'll be. If you get on the list today, you will be on the list for Thursday. Thank you. Thank you for. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for helping me with my goldfish. All right, where were we? All right, before we continue, hi there, Julia. How are you doing, dear? And before we continue, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wolf. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. I should name it Tori. True. All right, let's continue right now. Can you let me know? All right, Julia, I'm doing wonderful, dear. How are you doing? Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Cat, wolf, what's the difference? Man, I guess otter earlier before it came and then wolf earlier. Oh, you put it, oh, thank you. Yes, thank you for reminding me, Julia. Hold on a moment. Bum, bum, bum. Man, what's going on? I'm already getting a sense. I don't know. What is going on with this? Why am I already annoyed by this reading, Julia? Why am I already annoyed by this? I haven't even seen what we're reading on. I'm already feeling energetically annoyed. Hold on a minute. Give me a minute. Okay. Well, I just got to pull up the notes. Ooh, I like the fact that your higher self has a name. I'm digging on that. I like it. Okay. I got you. Can I please get 4 cards for Julia right now? 2 more. Oof. The thing about it, it's like, I feel like there's something, like, it's interesting too, because I feel like the reason I was getting annoyed about something is, um, I keep on hearing energy energy that doubts you should not have access to you. Energy that doubts you should not have access to you is what I keep on hearing. And also, hold on, I'm gonna pin up. Let me pin something. I'm gonna pin Julia up here. Make sure to give Julia some love. You know what I mean? There's something that I'm seeing. Oh, it's outside T. I'm happy to read it. So Julia wrote, a reading from my higher self, aka wise one, which I liked, surrounding my life path moving forward and how that will impact my relationship and career. I keep on hearing you need someone. I feel like there's something important that I'm identifying. You need someone that's going to protect your dream like they do their own, is what I keep on seeing. You need someone, and I feel like you know this. Like I see you, like I see you around a lot of really healthy, energetic energy. But that's the thing. Like that's what I feel like is the heart. And I keep on hearing this right now. I feel like this is giving me. I feel like I see you in the midst of working through some wound of proving, like I keep on hearing, proving someone wrong is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like this is saying, like it says to me, like somebody like triggered your healing in like a really unhealthy way, which is just the space of trying to trying to put you down, trying to articulate upon your own energetic limitations is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like what I'm identifying here is like, I see some kind of circumstance or situation with, Like I almost see somebody like trying to come back towards you in some kind of way, shape, or form to try. Like I keep on hearing someone say, like, I owe you an apology. And all I keep on hearing is you can accept someone's apology at a distance. Apologies don't change proximity, is what I keep on hearing. Like the higher self is saying, apologies don't change proximity, which is the space by which another person like wants to amend something with you or wants to heal something from like with you. You know, I keep on seeing like, and I feel like there's something really like I feel like there's almost like something really um bittersweet about that too, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like almost like I keep on getting like almost the sense of another, like I keep on hearing like another person, like it's giving me the type of energy of someone trying to come towards you and giving you some kind of like don't let someone try to give you like a strong kite flies highest in harsh wind kind of speech, is what I'm getting. You know, don't let someone come towards you with like, I knew you had it in you all along. You know, this was like, it's giving me that type of energy um, with someone like trying to amplify or articulate that the energetic, like the space by which I'll never understand like energy that rather than I keep on hearing, like, rather than working through their own problems, when another person is hurt through them, they try to give some kind of like pressure makes diamond speech. I'll never understand that for as long as I'm around. I'll never understand the context by which another person tries to articulate things of that nature, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is I feel like that to me is the hardest thing that I'm seeing in relationality to what you're creating for yourself right now versus how you're resolving and healing from some kind of difficult past. I keep on hearing you are who you are, despite of, not because of. I want you to write that down somewhere. You are who you are despite of, not because of. Which is like I keep on hearing often, like often energy that is neglectful will try to take energetic responsibility for their own neglect by saying, I wanted you to learn how to be self-sufficient. Is what like, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me that type of stuff. Like someone trying to be like, I was trying to make you self-sufficient. I was trying to teach you, like, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me a lot of that, like you're welcome, like, you know what I mean? Like it's that type of energy. Um, and so I feel like there's something, but I think that there's something really important about that because, and I keep on hearing like, you know, you can, uh, and the way I keep on hearing that you can kind of heal from circumstances like that is understanding that like your capacity to understand that someone can, I keep wondering, your capacity to understand that someone can grow and change and evolve does not require you to be there to help them on their own healing journey, particularly and especially if they hurt you, is what I keep on seeing. That is something, and again, especially if you've had to do that work for yourself. And I keep on seeing you can hold compassion, but not, I keep on hearing, but not create the space where I keep on hearing your compassion and empathy does not require you to grant energetic access to anybody who wants to resolve something with you, especially if this is the same energy that was nowhere to be found when you yourself were in the space that you needed some kind of energetic context of healing, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the magician energy, you know? And this is what we talk about, man. Like we talk a lot about this. Apologies change, you know? Apologies, the context of apologies change in profound ways. And that's why often the context by which we're able to resolve something has a lot to do in the space by which we understand and recognize. I keep on hearing apologies, they don't carry well. They don't care. Apologies don't carry well in time because if circumstances change and then apologies arrive, I keep on hearing the quality of the apology I keep on hearing the quality of the apology changes in the context as to the time by which it is being energetically delivered. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me a little bit of that type of energy here. It's giving me a little bit of that context of working through some kind of, I keep wondering, like working through some kind of energetic pain as it relates. And I keep on hearing, again, you get to decide what closure is what I keep on hearing. You get to decide it. And especially if these are circumstances where you created that closure for yourself and someone else comes back to you and says, I think it would be really good if we like had some kind of closure on something, that's somebody asking for an opening. That is somebody saying like, I'm not trying to give you closure. I am trying to find an energetic opening. There's never been a closing conversation in all of human history. They don't exist. Anyone who says that they need a closing conversation, that just doesn't exist. So I keep on hearing you get to don't let someone else articulate to you what you determine or feel is healthy, especially if you have energetically like worked through something to a certain extent. And I keep on hearing you can be polite, you can be compassionate, but your compassionate does not come at the cost of your own energetic boundaries, especially if there is something, I keep on hearing, especially if there is something that occurred by which another person, like, I keep on hearing, like, worked into the space of energetically, like, I keep on seeing, like, not being there for you in the same space. Because the bright side is the one thing I'll tell you right now is I feel like in the space of career and stuff, I see you just like I feel like this year is going to be very positive for you. I feel like I see a lot of positive things that are occurring. The difficulty points that I keep on seeing in relationality things right now are happening on the personal spectrum. And so that's what I keep on hearing. Like, don't make sure this is not the year. Do not mix business and personal at all, is what I keep on seeing. If there's any context by which that may be happening for you, no, it's not. Like your higher self is saying, like, don't entertain it, don't allow it to be, because everything I keep on seeing here, I feel like there's a lot of healthy energy around you, but a lot of it is I keep on seeing not carrying the personal into the professional and vice versa. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for Thursday. Thank you, Per. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 55.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Oh, no. Betty, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. She told me last night to stop calling me the higher self. I love that, Julia. That's really sweet. My higher self is Bridgetta. I love that. The question is around the path moving forward regarding my life path, relationship, and career. Outside tea. I like that. Yep. Um, but I like it too because it's even in the name of it, wise one, being like we are one, right? And I'm helping you be wiser. It's like I like that because it's a unification point of adding the one to it, which says I'm you, but I just a little bit further down the road. We love tea with the peasants. Yes, thank you as well, Julia. God, I love to hear someone's story where the growth happened naturally without tough love. Yeah, exactly. I was born a diamond April baby. I love that. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Julia. Not the mid pressure makes diamond speech. Yep. Yeah, with only ancestral wounds. Yeah, it's giving man, please. Exactly. I'm a whole cave of diamonds now. I'm a whole cave of diamonds now. Yes, a friend I recently removed from my life. Yeah, the door is closed on my end, especially with current job. Yep, you're amazing. I hope this helps validate. If again, it sounds to me like something I'm reading is channeling into something that you've been also working through. I'm very much contemplating mentoring. Oh, anytime, whenever you want, and also if you want to have a conversation about that, just reach out to me over email and we can discuss it, especially as it relates to like letting me know what your goals are prior to having that meeting. So yes, she wanted to get clarity, really are no longer separate anymore. I'm walking in her. Yeah, like I mean, I like the name of it because it's like I keep on it's like they don't want you to put it's like the self that doesn't want you to put the self on the pedestal. It's like don't put me on a pedestal. I like it. All right, let's continue right now. The next person. How you doing, Poppy? How are you doing today? The list today is closed, dear, but if you would like to book, I'll be back. If you want to get on the list for Thursday, you can send the donation now and you'll be the first person on the list, or you can book a private reading with me. Okay. All right. The next person we are reading for today is Bryn. Bryn, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we're at 55.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Great. Second call right now for Bryn. Second call right now for Bryn. Hi, Bryn. Oh, and before we begin, thank you for letting me know where you put the information, dear. Let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody who got dog. Okay. Okay. I see you. I see you. It was a wolf, but it was close. It was close. It was close. All right, let's get to it. Okay. Where were we? All right. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm gonna pin up Bryn here. We got Bryn pinned up, guys. Make sure to give Bryn some love. All right, I gotta pull up Bryn's message. Hold on a moment, please. Just bear with me a moment. Oh, Jesus. Oh, come on. One second. There we go. All right. Come on. Oh my gosh. All right, where are we? I got you, Bryn. Is this inside tea or outside tea? There's no dog dragon. What, Bridget? What are you doing with the dog dragon? Outside is fine. That's twice. I know a lot of wolf and dragons today. It makes sense with the energy. All right. Out. Speaking of which, and I'm gonna pin up Bryn here. Make sure to give Bryn a follow. Could I have insight into a budding romantic relationship with a Pisces man? I'm a Taurus sun. All right. What do we got here? Can I please get 4 cards, please, in relationality to this energetic connection, please. Yeah. Thank you. One more. Okay. So the one thing I'm seeing that I want you to be really, really mindful of is I see someone that I keep on hearing affirmation, 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 affirmation. There's something, but I think that there's something that's interesting in relationality to, um, like working through the context of that affirmation that I'm energetically seeing, um, specifically and particularly because I I see you very much in the space of being very pragmatic and very practical. I see you very much in the space of being like everything is fine, and if everything is not fine, then I will tell you if it's not fine, is what I keep on seeing. Like there's a lot of that type of energy that I see in relationality to your own sense of groundedness. Um, I see someone else like this particular like I see this other individual and I almost see their mind like going a mile a minute. Like I keep on hearing, remember, this is a type of energy that like when they will fill the silence. I keep on hearing they will fill the silence with a million different ideas of what it is that you're doing. Is what I keep on seeing in relationality to to what is being identified and recognized that one is trying to work upon is what I keep on seeing. They've got a bit of so I keep on seeing that it's gonna the one thing that I think might be a little bit of a challenging area in the space of this is I feel like I keep on seeing someone that carries a bit more anxiety than you do, is what I keep on seeing. Um, there's almost I keep on hearing they haven't healed their relationship to silence, is what I keep on getting. It's like I keep on seeing, and so I keep on seeing that your own ability of keeping someone in a space by which you articulate, like I keep on hearing, like catching up with them is what I see, you know, like almost like talking about what you're doing, checking in is what I'm getting. Um, I feel like there's something significant and important as it relates to helping this energy maintain the confidence that things um, are going in a positive direction is what I keep on seeing. Um, and especially because one of the things I'm identifying, and I think in that way, as long as, and I think that for their part, I feel like you guys would be a very good. I keep on saying this would be a really good energetic connection because I'm identifying that I feel like for you, it's bringing a little bit of practicality and groundedness to them. And I feel like they have a lot of creativity that they could kind of bring forth to you. I'm almost getting, I don't know if there's something about building into some kind of creative collaboration here, is what I'm getting too. There's something about that popping up, being able to help each other in something is what I keep on seeing. But I keep on hearing like the gift of this partnership is that there's I keep wondering there's a lot of opportunity um, to be able to build forward with. The triggering space I see has to do with another person being able to stay energetically grounded in relationality to their own manifestation goals. And I keep on hearing that one of the things that you may have to navigate is I can almost see the fact of them wanting to move very quickly and you potentially needing to move very slowly. Remember, a happy mediumship is the hallmark of a good relationship, which is the space by which they're going to feel like they're slowing down a bit for you, and you're going to feel like you're speeding up a bit for them. Right? It's not requiring one of you to do all of that work, but being able to understand and adapt to what you both need at that moment. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Hierophant in its reversal, I don't want you waiting to talk about what your goals are in partnership. Make sure that you're doing that work to be able to recognize and identify um, like the shape of what it is that you aspire and desire for. Because I keep on hearing, especially if there's something about it that's unconventional. I keep on hearing unconventional things have more real rules, not less. I keep on hearing unconventional things have more rules, not less, because you can't fall in the precedent of what is energetically expected. So make sure that you are articulating upon what those are. No assumptions between you is what I keep on seeing. Don't make any assumptions in terms of feeling that like what that is. I keep on hearing make sure you're encouraging someone to be specific is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much, and especially because I keep wondering I keep wondering it doesn't ruin the magic to be more specific. That it makes it more magical is what I keep on hearing to articulate upon it. Don't let someone say, "Oh, it's it like it doesn't ruin the magic to talk about things." That's how you make sure that something feels energetically safe. Is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bryn. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for Thursday, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. The next person on the list for today is Zahara. Zahara, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Wolf is a pretty dog dragon to me. Okay, Haley. Outside is fine. Definitely feeling the Taurus tea from the Daily Collective. I get it. Yeah. Thank you. A win is a win. A win is a win. Congratulations on the new connection. Absolutely. Minor details. Yes, that makes so much sense to me in every way. You're so welcome, Bryn. All right. Okay, second call. The next person we're reading for today is Zahara. Hi there, dear. How are you doing? Before we continue, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bear. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, where were we? Okay, I've got Zahara here. I'm going to pin up a Zahara. Make sure to give them some love. We're doing a general, please. General. 3 cards, please, for Zahara. 1 more, please. It's not rejection, it's protection. It wasn't rejection, it was protection. That's all I keep on hearing from one of your guides. It wasn't rejection, it was protection. Whatever this is. And like it's giving like it's giving me like a bit of the ick too, you know? And I keep on hearing a lot of messages coming through. It's like there's an ancestor that's saying, when someone says, I'm disappointed in you, the thing you have to say is, what were you expecting? Like when someone says, I'm disappointed in you, the answer you give them is, what were you expecting? Don't let someone bother you with their, like, when you're doing listen, a good life is lived by disappointing the right people. You got to write that down. A good life is lived by disappointing the right people. Like if we're living life right, we're disappointing all the right people in the right ways. I know it's hard because I see you kind of coming out of the space of working through people pleasing. I feel like there's something important about that that's happening here. But I keep on hearing, like, I feel like, and it's not about being nice all the time, you know, like, especially if someone's being creepy. You know what I mean? It's not beauty. Like this is, and I'm getting. I gotta tell you right now. I gotta work. Like I gotta tell you, right? Niceness, like someone prioritizing niceness, is someone trying to teach someone not to have any boundaries. Is what I keep on seeing. And I see you not only going through some kind of process of healing from something of that nature, but I also see, like, listen, if you've articulated to someone what you're comfortable with and they proceed, if you have politely, someone gets your courtesy once. When you politely articulate to someone what you are not comfortable with, and yet they persist, you don't have to be nice to them anymore. They're not being nice. And especially because the song you will hear when someone is trying to is not listening to you and trying to roll over, like steamroll your standards, is, why won't you let me be nice to you? Why won't you let me be nice to me? Your guides are saying you don't need to let anyone be nice to you ever. You don't have to let anyone be nice to you ever. Because when someone is saying, why won't you let me be nice to you? That's why I'm getting the ick on this. It's literally someone saying, you're not giving me the proximity I want. And I'm going to make you feel like you're being mean because I am not honoring the boundaries that you're clearly indicating in relationality to the comfort level that you have as it relates to the proximity that I exist within your life upon. You know how, like, and often, like it, and that is not you being mean, articulating upon that. And you don't have to explain yourself, is what I keep on seeing. If someone does not understand that insistence is discourteous, that's the answer to that. If someone says, why aren't you letting me be nice to you? You can say back to them, because you're insisting upon something that I've already spoken upon. They are the discourteous one if they're trying to insist that you must be nicer to them. It's not about being nice. Healthy relationship is honoring each other's energetic standards. It's not the space by which another person is constantly, I keep on hearing, like, constantly demanding that you move the goalpost in relationality to what that is. And I keep on saying, especially if this is someone who has some kind of tendency of having a quality of compare. You will never get further away from another person when you start comparing what you're receiving from them from what another person's receiving. Relation, you are not cake. You are not cake. Not everyone deserves a slice of you. You get to decide and prioritize who has earned the right to your energetic attention, is what I keep on seeing. And niceness doesn't have a thing to do with it. And I know it's difficult because I can see it even now. Like I can see some energy trying to and listen, they're going to talk. Let them talk. If someone sees you doing everything you can to maintain a healthy energetic standard. And then they start throwing insults at you or start telling you that you're some kind of like, if you're like I keep on hearing, like you're not an ice princess for holding an energetic standard, but somebody who isn't being respective of your own boundaries will often try to articulate that that is what is occurring. And I keep on hearing, as long as it's reciprocal, as long as you are articulating to something to someone else that you would eagerly and gladly have them respect and kind, there is nothing selfish about that. As long as it's not, as long as it's the same exact space, as long as it's reciprocal, it is not rude. So continue to do that. And I keep on, and like, continue to do that work. Cause I just keep on seeing, like, I feel like I see some kind of situation that is requiring you to kind of like work through it. But I also see you having this to like articulate to, and I keep on hearing, it almost gives me the type of energy of someone who pushes you away and then goes, where are you? Right? Like it's giving me a little bit of this come hither energy. It's giving me a little bit of this like, no, for like, no, like, what are you doing? Like you can't, like you don't get a one-sided boundary, which is someone who, like I keep on hearing, like pushes you away and then turns around the next day like nothing's happened. You know, don't, I keep on hearing, don't let someone confuse you, especially if this has to do with trying to get direction in terms of where something is going. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I feel like whoever this is, they're intimidated by you. But again, energy that's intimidated by us is energetically insecure. It's not your responsibility to navigate another person's insecurity, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing, because you know why? Energy that is insecure and sees somebody energetically confident will often feel the necessary, like will often try to articulate to another person they feel insecure by articulating and saying, you need to be taken down a peg or something of that nature. That if I keep on saying that space by which if you're doing something in such a way that feels like it's energetically supportive, the space by which you are trying to amplify the reciprocity that you're trying to bring towards a situation, I keep on hearing, don't worry yourself with another person's, like I keep on hearing like the space by which, and I keep on hearing the way that you'll know the conversations that you need to have need to be navigated in the space by which another person appreciates your presence, is what I keep on seeing, not demands it. When you, I keep on hearing, you know, you will know the rooms that you need to be in by the difference between someone saying the appreciation that they have upon that versus the energy that articulates, like that sees, like that has you, like instead of moving in a space of gratitude, is immediately in the space of comparing or trying to articulate upon what you're bringing forth and what more that they want from you, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing you get to calibrate that proximity. An energy that is respective of you, they will respect you for doing so. And if you articulate a boundary in that way or a standard, and another person has some kind of volatility point or pushes back upon you by articulating that it's somehow rude of you to have an energetic standard, observe, don't absorb. Observe, don't absorb. I just keep on hearing observe, don't absorb. Which is, again, when someone says, I'm disappointed in you, we ask the most logical question, which says, what were you expecting? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Zahara. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is closed, but you will be the first person read for on Thursday. The next person we are reading for today is Haley. Haley, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Okay. One moment, please. Hi, dear. 1 second. All right. And thank you as well for confirming on that reading, dear, and sending you support on that journey. I got you, Haley. Okay, 1 second, please. I just need to go to the disco to get the information. All right, 1 second. Where'd it go? And just a reminder, my friends, the list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for Thursday, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. All right, we've got Haley. Is this outside tea, dear? Yep, I got you. And while we wait, yeah, thank you for confirming. Before we continue, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Wren. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right, where were we? Haley, can I get a mind, body, spirit reading in relation to navigating my Jupiter return with patience and optimism? Big 3, Scorpio sun, Aries moon, Pisces rising. That's some big energy. Yep, I like it. Okay, can I please get 4 cards for Haley, please? And I'm going to pin up Haley here. Guys, make sure to give Haley some love. Mind, body, spirit. Thank you. Mind, body, spirit, and advice, please. Thank you. Whoa. I feel like your Scorpio energy is about to like it's giving I think that there's something about this that's really interesting because they're saying to me that you haven't been living fully in your Scorpio. I just keep on seeing here. I feel like there's been something about this, about you not fully living in your Scorpio. I feel like this is saying to I feel like you've been living in your Pisces is what I'm getting here. Which is I need to point this out. It's not necessarily a negative, but I feel like one of the things that I'm identifying that's occurring relationality to that is I almost see you like like in the context of the mind, I almost see you kind of working on or defining I keep on seeing some kind of unhealthy circular thoughts is what I keep on seeing. You know? I feel like there's something significant about that I'm identifying here. But I need to point this out too. I feel like the reason I keep on seeing this is I feel like there's something about that Jupiter return happening that's allowing you the context of getting more organized is what I keep on seeing, you know? And I also think it's interesting too, because I keep on getting some kind of message that how do I describe this best? This school, I feel like up until this point, you've been really up here is what I'm getting. You know what I mean? I feel like I've been seeing you processing something and processing something and processing something. And I feel like that I see you the Jupiter return is you kind of putting a pin Like, I'm like, I see you like putting a pin in the processing, because I keep on hearing like you could process something forever, but and I think that this is the thing you need to understand. And I've seen this with those with like Pisces, like especially those with the thing with like a Pisces rising is a Pisces rising can sometimes a Pisces rising can be its own challenge point, is what I get. Because the thing is, when you got a Pisces rising, sometimes it's a recognition that our dreams will never effectively like match the reality that we bring to them, right? It's very similar to what Virgos go through, to be perfectly honest. A Pisces rising is very close to a Virgo sun. I know that sounds a little odd, but it's true, because it's the space by which the dream is so big that it's hard to encapsulate it, which is the space by which you have to feel like you need to disappoint yourself a little in the act of expressing it. You have to, I feel like that's what you need to recognize. Everybody, look at me, everybody is disappointed with the stuff they make. It never arrives in the way that we anticipate it, but it's the reality. Like I keep on hearing, reality does not poison things. It makes them real, is what I keep on hearing. Reality is not, this is very much like what I see with Aquarians too. Reality is not the thing that damages our dreams. Reality is how we make our dreams come into existence. And even in the space of them not being perfectly in accordance to our dreams, even by doing so, we get closer to it. So I feel like I see, and I think it's interesting because, and I keep on hearing, like, it feels to me that a little bit of the work that I see that you're navigating with this Jupiter return is learning how to make compromises in the best way possible. And I keep on hearing an energetic compromise, right? I keep on hearing a compromise isn't a bad thing if what you're energetically compromising isn't important. Like I keep on hearing, we don't compromise on our standards, okay? We don't compromise on our values. But when this comes to the qualitative aspect of of your dreams, versus you bringing them into reality, you have to understand you have to understand that the space by which you create something and you feel like you could continue to refine it further is the space by which you say, I'm going to stop working on it. And I feel like that, and that's what I mean about Scorpio, the Scorpio energy finally taking over. Because Scorpio, like I feel like I see your Scorpio sun and I see your Scorpio sun and your Pisces rising fighting with each other. Because Pisces is going, it's not finished yet, it's not finished yet. And Scorpio is going, just do it already. Who cares? Just do it already. Who cares? It's bringing in a little bit of this like who cares kind of mentality. But I need to stress this out. It's who cares in the best way possible, because it's not who cares as in it doesn't matter. It means I feel like Scorpio saying, who cares? You're the only one who knows that. You're the only one who's putting that perfection point on what's in here versus what you're doing out here. Who cares is you. You're the only one who can see that quality of comparison. It might not look good to you. You can't trust yourself, is what I keep on hearing. Like the Scorpio energy says, show it to someone else and see what they think of it. You cannot be a Pisces rising and hold that as your standard, because your dream is always going to be much bigger than what is energetically practical or tangible. So I feel like it's interesting because like I feel like the Scorpio energy is coming in as like the heavy editor, that like I see the Pisces being like, we could go bigger, we could go bigger, we could go bigger. And the Scorpio energy is like, no, before we go bigger, just get really good at one thing. It's just like focus. I know we can get bigger. Let's get smaller. Let's just refine to get the one thing, and then we can worry about the rest of it. And I see that I feel like that is something that I see you doing potentially, as like I feel like this may be a space where I feel like I see you almost coming into some like minimalization things. Like I would not be surprised if your Jupiter return is you pulling some stuff apart But I keep on hearing it's not pulling apart if you're energetically refining. Because remember, a good manifestation goal is not often what we decide to do. It's often what we decide to stop doing so that we can move towards something with greater alacrity. And so I feel like, again, all of that is kind of like helping, because I feel like this is you learning to become energetically strong by not being so hard on the self, holding an energetic standard that is not unreachable, but setting more milestones. Like I keep on hearing, no longer, no big plans. Small, achievable milestones get you in the same space as some kind of grand vision. I keep on hearing a grand vision requires tiny steps. Final card, the high, like message. Yeah. Again, you got to stop holding yourself to a standard that you wouldn't hold your others to. Like I see you literally giving advice to people in this way. I don't know if you do something in this context. This is always the hardest thing. Often the thing we're best at, we're hardest to do for ourselves because we're too close to it. So I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like there's something about um, that Jupiter return that is you accepting things about the self, not worrying so much about trying to change yourself. Like I keep on hearing, like the thing that's going to happen with this Jupiter return is like, what if this is your higher self? And if you're shaking your head and going, it's not, being like, well, what's the difference? What's the difference that you see in relationality to the self that you are now versus the self you aspire to be? Because I keep on identifying that something about you doing that work is going to help you recognize that, again, you're not too far off of it. It's just requiring, I keep on hearing, instead of grand gestures, subtle changes. Bottom of the deck, 10 of Pentacles, right? Don't let a big dream stand in the way of an achievable reality, right? And that's a problem. That's why we talk about, like, Pisces rising. I'm burdened with dreams. I'm burdened with dreams. Yeah, dreams are a burden because they often feel like they make unreasonable demands on us. So make sure your dreams aren't making unreasonable demands on your purpose, on your person, on your purpose. You see how I said that? Make sure your dreams aren't making unreasonable demands on your person. You get to define what that standard is, which is to say, look, I know that's what the dream dictates, but you are the facilitator by which the dream comes to a reality. So be able to give yourself that context of allowing the space of, I keep on hearing, allowing the reality to sometimes bring something into the dream that we didn't even consider possible, right? That's the limitation of dreams. Dreams lose the delight of seeing what occurs. Like I keep on hearing the delightful like changes that happen in the context of bringing something into reality. They can be delightful. They're not just always devastating. That's what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing, instead of going, oh no, I feel like you have to say, that's interesting. That's what I keep on saying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Haley. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for Thursday, you'll be the first person read for. The next person we're reading for today is BB. BB, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading to Haley. Hold on a moment. Hi, Lisa. Oh, we're going to have like a Pisces rising support group. Good to see you today, Rainbow. Thank you for recharging your heart, May. Hold on a minute. I've been so stuck for like 6 years and just an emotional wreck. Listen, you're not a wreck. You're a work in progress. Okay? Like, that's the first thing, like getting out of that headspace of looking at yourself like you're a wreck. Like, this is what I meant in relationality to like letting some of that Scorpio energy come in. Like Scorpio's like, don't talk about us like that. Don't talk about us like that. Jupiter returns often have a lot to do with the space of like coming to understand the power of our presence. It's like coming into the space of inhabiting the self. You know, it's like this is who I am. It's like it's a lot of that like accepting of the self kind of energy. And that's what I meant about it being kind of a moment where I feel like your Scorpio energy is really going to start to kind of like step forward. Yeah. Yeah, since my last relationship, I felt lost. But this is what I mean too, like potentially like working in the context of feeling the space of not like not allowing the relationship to define you, but bringing, like I keep on hearing, you create your definition within you. My partner and I are working through hard stuff, but I haven't had any real friends for a long time. But I feel like that's because I feel like there's a lot of work that you're doing in relationality to healing some like really deep trauma. It feels to me like there's energy that like took deep advantage of your empathy. And when someone takes deep advantage of your empathy, it's very natural. I keep on hearing like that's Scorpio. Like, listen, you won't find a single Scorpio. Like Scorpios on the, I'll tell you right now, Scorpios, like I've known Scorpios, you'll be shocked if they've got like 3 friends. Like Scorpios know everybody, but like some Scorpio energy, I met Scorpio energy, like I've got 1 friend. That's what I mean. It's the space by which you understand. You don't judge yourself on the quality. Like Scorpio is like quality, not quantity, you know? Yeah, and stuck in my mind, exactly. I stopped writing and making art. I lost motivation and passion. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Interesting. I never saw it that way. It's so true. Too many big dreams. I'm going to focus my lens on something niche and mine. I keep on seeing like I keep on seeing like focus on something small and then that'll like then you can build upon that, you know? I resonate with that. I find it hard to stay grounded in my body and not be so stuck in my mind. Yeah. Well, and yeah, and again, it's so hard for me to stay grounded. I have no I know. Listen, I've you know I keep on hearing and here's the thing, recognizing that you don't have a lot of earth in your chart means, what does that mean? You got to give yourself a rigid schedule. You got to give yourself a routine, right? Maybe you need to get someone to help you with that, right? Having someone to keep you, like I keep on, like someone keeping you energetically on task, like that's how we can often help when we recognize that we have a deficiency in our chart and things of that nature. Yes, this is exactly what I needed to hear. I definitely think you should start writing again. You can't trust yourself as a real. I always am thinking bigger is better and losing. Well, and that's the like. Here's the thing, though. Pisces rising, like that's the thing. You're burdened by the weight of your dreams. It's a heavy burden. It's great up here. 111, tap to claim, Haley. Small achievable milestones. Got it. I love Scorpio Pisces conversion. No, I like a Scorpio Pisces conversion because like a Scorpio Pisces conversion is Scorpio being like, snap out of it. You know what I mean? Like it's like focus, you know? I'm gonna have to re-listen. No problem, Haley. You know where it is. I'm so glad, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. All right. And thank you for those gifts. Good to see you today, Rainbow. I see you, BB. All right, interesting. Okay, before we continue with BB's reading, let's do an intuition check. So hold on a moment. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know what? I'm like I want to yell at Bridget for saying wolf dragon, but it's the earth dragon. So like, and rainbow kind of like snake. So I can see that. Good job. All right, we'll continue that after the next reading. All right, let's get to it. All right, and guys, I'm gonna pin up BB here. Always a pleasure to see you, dear guys. Make sure to give BB some love. Wonderful reader as well. Hold on a moment. I got you here. A lot of past fears are coming up and I've been triggered. What guidance is here for me? I got you, dear. All right, can I get, man. Yeah. Yep, thank you. 2 more, please. Oh, come on. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, and now this one. Yeah, okay. I keep on hearing, I just started to, as soon as I started your reading, I started getting, this is a test. of the emergency broadcast system. Like I'm literally like, as soon, I don't know who this person was. I don't know who this person was. That is not like, this is giving me some kind of energy of someone like, I just ugh, like, no. You know what I mean? Like pop, like it's like a lot of that, like it's a lot of that, like surprise energy of like of somebody working through, like, you got to be ready for anything, you know, like that's what you get. You know, you said something on Tuesday. No, you said something on Tuesday. It really hurt my feelings. This is your comeuppance for it. Yeah, I know. You don't even know what it is. That's the type of energy I'm getting here. I'm getting some kind of energy being like, Tuesday, 4 o'clock. You looked like you said something, and like I keep on hearing, like I see some kind of energy, like all these cards coming out. Like that's not cool. Like it's beyond not cool, but it's like it's saying to me, like I can see it. Like then somebody saying, like then somebody I need to stress this to you. Listen, somebody who does, somebody who wants to do anything that they want to do will create a litany of grievances. They will create a litany of grievances of everything that you've ever done to exist to try to validate something that they were going to do anyway. Is what I keep on hearing. You did nothing. You did nothing in the context of that. But somebody can really, like, they will mess with your head, man. They will have you afraid to like 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 put a glass down for fear of them saying, like, oh, now you've done, like, it's that type of energy. And then energy that does that, they're doing whatever they want. They're straight up doing whatever they want, and then they're keeping a list. Do you understand? They're keeping a that is the energy that is looking. They're going to do whatever they want whenever they want to do it, and they're not even bothered by the things that you're doing, but they're looking for reasons. They're looking. I keep on hearing they keep a litany of grievances to be able to validate them doing whatever the heck they were going to do anyway. It had nothing to do with anything you did. You can't win in situations like that. There's nothing that you can do in a circumstance like that. But man, you walk, like when we walk away from situations like that, they make us feel like we are energetic train wrecks. Like it is the space by which, and you have to understand, energy like that, it's rigged. It's rigged energy. It's the energy that is, and I always like to point out, this is why we articulate. There's nothing more dangerous for a person to say to themselves was you hurt me. So now I can do anything, because energy that says that has no standards that they hold themselves to. And further, they will look. They just gave themselves the condition by which they can do anything. They will look for any reason to feel hurt so that they can do what they truly desire to do. And it's really hard. Listen, it is really hard when we have to experience energy like that, because typically we walk out of those situations feeling like we are the worst person on the planet. That everything that we got, because it's not just the fact that someone's hurting us, but as they're hurting us, they're telling us that they're giving us what we energetically deserve for things that we didn't even mean to do, or things that we didn't even understand were happening in the context of that. But I keep on seeing, and I think the thing that I see that you're working on now, and that's the thing about it, like this retrograde cycle, man, it's doing such a number on old wounds. We've got Chiron and Eris that are retrograding together, which is the feeling of the anxiety of an old wound rising up, something that feels similar to something that we experienced in the past. And suddenly it feels like we're right back there, like nothing has changed. Don't let the past affect the present. Don't let the pact. It's like it's really. I know how difficult it is, and the way that we work through this is the space by which we look back upon a past experience and we say, I'm not going to let you ruin like the progress that I've energetically made. And the way that we're able to articulate it, and I keep on seeing um, working working through the context of being able to talk through the vulnerability is what I keep on seeing, right? The ability to express the energetic fear, the ability to talk about it. I keep on getting the message that healthy energy and healthy relationship, that's not messy. That's how we heal, right? We talk about, I keep on hearing it's like we talk about, we I keep on hearing like we talk like it's the I keep on getting like I keep it's funny too because I keep on hearing we talk about the cleanup needed on aisle 4 is what I keep on hearing about this message. And the reason I keep on feeling like they're saying we talk about the cleanup that's needed on aisle 4 is because the moment I keep on hearing like the moment that we experience something that feels like 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 something happened that wasn't okay, right? It's like I keep on seeing that it's those moments that trigger us because it just brings us like right back to that situation and it feels like it's happening again instead of recognizing. And I keep on hearing um and it's interesting too because like um those experiences are never going to happen to you again because you're making better energetic choices is what I keep on seeing. Like the space by which, and I keep on hearing and it's interesting too um because the fact that they keep on saying um clean up on aisle 4. I almost see like clean up on aisle 4 is somebody being like, look what you made me do, is what I keep on hearing. It's the space by which another person like, and that's what I keep on hearing is the cleanup on aisle 4, which is someone that does something and says, look what you made me do, in the context of another person saying, I'm doing something awful, but I'm also doing it because I was harboring something that I didn't tell you about. And now is, and I keep on hearing somebody being like, and now, like now aren't you like now I keep on hearing like now aren't you energetically sorry? And it's like no, I keep on hearing when we're working through something like that, it's like it's the sorrow that we hold should never be in the space of feeling that, is what I keep on hearing. It's never the sorrow we should feel should never be in something that we've done in the context. I keep hearing it's allowing someone in who has that type of mentality or who has that kind of who's working through trauma in such a way that they try to do something like completely unreasonable, and then like to top off like on the layer cake of disaster, then tries to articulate that they were doing so not because that they wanted to, but because they had to teach us some kind of like profane energetic lesson. So I want you to like, I feel like there's a lot of that potentially coming up to the surface right now. And I keep on seeing you don't have to contain that within you. You can communicate it to like you can articulate to someone upon those experiences. You can share those energetic burdens because I keep on hearing like when we feel a fear that reminds us of something where something like that happened, the worst thing we can do is allow the framework of that past energetic experience to distort the good that we have presently. And I know how hard it is, right? Because those are some like deep trust wounds that occur in the context of experiences of that nature. And like my third eye is like burning the whole time because often I like to point out often those who are hypersensitive have a lot of experiences like this, right? Like, should have known better. But like because it makes you like, it's like you have to be like you would literally have to become a psychic to be able to avoid a situation like that. But like the context or the space by which we understand and navigate that, the way we build into the framework of doing something. And I feel like you're like, the thing you have to say to yourself right now is you make precious choices, which is the space by which you hold yourself more preciously. And that's never going to happen to you again, because I keep on seeing you're doing a lot of inner child healing right now by recognizing how energetically precious you are. And when you understand that you are holding yourself energetically precious, precious energy makes precious choices, which is the way we hold ourselves preciously, is by choosing those who hold us preciously in turn. So the ability to navigate and recognize that work, I keep on seeing, like, in those moments, like, I feel like it's that space where you feel that sense or that anxiety of something returning that wasn't holding yourself preciously. And the reason, the way, the way, and you see how my throat chakra is closing up? The way you push back against it is by saying, I make precious choices now. And the energy surrounding me holds me as preciously as I hold myself. And I feel like it's going to take some, it's never going to go away fully, right? Because these are some deep wounds. But the ability to articulate upon the anxiety of not being held preciously allows another person to hold us in the space that we feel vulnerable, but also to reassure us and to be able to define and identify what we can do to be able to move forward through something. And I keep on hearing, remember, it's not about making the triggers go away. You don't have to white knuckle through something. In fact, often when we try to white knuckle through a trigger, we get more triggered because we're trying to hold it all in, and we're trying not to tell anybody that we're in that feeling of being triggered. But I keep on hearing, you have to think of, like, I keep on hearing, you got to think of like a kettle, right? Like when we're feeling, like what happens with a kettle if we're feeling triggered and we don't tell anyone, it starts hissing. It starts, you know what I mean? It's got to come out. It's got to find a space. So the way we relieve that feeling is by constantly talking about it, constantly relieving it, building into that place of assurance that allows us a healthy space to release. And every time we articulate that anxiety and concern, because I keep on hearing the concern is immediately the one that's relieved, because when we talk about our fears, right, when we articulate our fears, we don't react to them, and another person, and then we offer, and the other person is able to give us the gift of helping us through it by giving us the energy of assurance that we often need to help us stay grounded in the present when we feel pulled back from to the past. Bottom of the deck, it's heavy, man. I keep on seeing, like, you've had to go. It's sometimes we go through things that is literally impossible to be able to energetically articulate to another person. I know. Trust me, I know. But the ability of understanding, and here's the thing about it, energy that cares about us doesn't need to understand their burdens to know that we're energetically carrying it, right? And the space by which we are protective of each other is not one that we demand, like entrance into understanding, but holding the energy sacredly in relationality to the fact that we're healing from things that we don't understand fully between each other. I keep on hearing we can hold each other even if we don't fully understand the full extent of what we're carrying, because that is the gift of being, that is what we mean when we are holding each other preciously, which says when you're ready to communicate it, you can, but I'm not going to force you to. But I can also understand the energetic tenderness that you feel upon something. And the more that you're able to express that, the more carefully you can navigate it with another person, because it's not the space of you saying, you got to white knuckle it, you got to power through. It's the ability of allowing another to understand how they can best support you as you're experiencing that. Thank you so much, BB, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, and I'm saying this now, and I want you to do this work now, because I wish I could tell you that this energy is going to ease up. It's going to intensify as we move into the eclipse cycle. But you got this. I know you do. And thank you so much for being here, guys. Make sure to give BB some love. Always good to see you. Amazing reader. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. But the link is closed. The list is closed today. Thank you, dear. If you'd like to get on for Thursday, you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 60.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right, where were we? Oop, gotta scroll back. Yep, hold on a minute. And Kath, thank you for subscribing, dear. Good to see you today. Yeah. I always have that alert in my head. Thank you for also receiving this message, Ella. I know that's probably, yeah, there's probably no brother. That's why my brain panicked. I think I win. Today is 1 year. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Rainbow. Continue to stay positive. Spirit be wild. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yes. I always have that. Yep. Hi. Yeah. The list is closed today, Kath, but if you'd like to get on, you'll be the first person on Thursday. Yeah. It's a lot of eggshell energy. It was a lot of eggshell and it's a lot of eggshell energy. And Kath, thank you for subscribing, dear. Definitely past energy for sure. I never want to be around that energy again. I don't want anyone around that type of energy either. Absolutely. The not even bothered is so real instead of keeping a list as ammo. Yeah. Not even like just keeping just having it in case for a special occasion. Yeah, something light for this Tuesday evening. So true. So real. And so it's very messed up. Yeah, it messed with myself. It will. It'll mess with your self-worth and respect. Because again, if it feels like there's nothing that you can do that's right, like that, like, yeah, that's the formula. Like that's the formula. Yeah, rinse and repeat. Yeah, free feeling, yeah, backwards rotating planets. Yeah. Right. That is my current energetic assignment for the self. And here's the thing, and listen, I'm going to tell you right now, you don't have to white knuckle through it. It's not about getting rid of the trigger. It's just understanding and recognizing like what triggers you and helping to communicate to another why. Like sometimes explaining, being like, look, this is what I went through. This is why I'm so sensitive about it. Right. It allows the space by which we can build into the context of supporting each other through it. Your life path 4. Oh, wow. Thank you for letting me know, BB. I kept on wondering why they kept on saying clean up on aisle 4. Oh, wow. Amazing. Thank you for letting me know, dear. Yeah. But that's what I see that you're doing right now. Like that's what I mean. Like that's the work. Who wants to scream into the abyss with me? I feel you, dear. Yep. When you type, I can hear your voice from oh, thank you guys. And thank you guys for supporting each other through these readings, even when they're difficult. Sometimes a good scream is necessary. Therapy. Listen, I'm telling you right now, having a healthy channel right now for frustration is going to help us through this energy, right? Letting the frustration fortify us and doing something better or healing. It's possible. I know it's difficult, but it's possible. I know. I mean, I've got like, yeah, that it's like beyond ick. That type of energy is beyond. Like I keep on hearing, it's beyond ick. It's just, it's not well. You know what I mean? It's like beyond ick. It's like you have to look at somebody with like deep sympathy who has to be in that kind of mentality. Ooh, I like that. Screaming to the wind. Someone who believes in punishing people. Never going to be around that again. Same. Beautiful. Continue to hold yourself precious, you rainbow. Yeah, I can see that. Listen, it like the trust wounds, they're real in situations like that. Ooh, I like that. I'm not good on roller coasters. I'm not good on roller coasters, Bridget, but I wish you so much fun on that. Yeah, exactly. Can relate to that. You should know better. No, nobody, it's not, you should know better. You should tell me is what, it's like the space by which we say, like, nobody should know anything. We like someone who says you should know better is the energy that should tell. Um, all right, 100,000%. Thank you as well, Per. We will put you on a baby one. But I don't want to try a baby one. I'll just be on like the carousel. Yep, thank you, Vivi. And Delta, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Eventually, yeah, that's what I mean. Like not letting something build up. Like again, I keep on saying it's not silly to address something small so that it doesn't become something big, you know? Absolutely. It's very hard. I get frazzled even trying to talk about it. No, and I know, like, listen, like, I get it. Like, when you're in, and here's the thing about it, like, you can say to someone, I just need a minute. That rattled me. You can say that. You can say, like, you don't need to force yourself into conversation. Be like, listen, I got a little rattled. I need a minute. And then you can take the time to explain what effectively rattled you. You know, like, that's what we mean when it comes into trauma. Like, I know it's like the body takes over and it can create a lot of that anxiety and fear. Mhm. You're so welcome, dear, and sending you support on that journey. Continue to do that work. All right. We're gonna is there a time? Oh, yeah, Haley, we're definitely gonna do your 50K. Oh, I'm sorry. Haley, I'm sorry. You're next. You're next right now, dear. Yep. We've got so the list right now is Haley and Audrey, and then we're gonna get into one cards. All right. I feel like it's healthy to just get it out, even if it's hard. Yes. The readings, this reading's energy, not kidding, but under attack of a night butterfly. Are you getting time? Really? Grounding, get in there and hug some trees. These dog walks have totally helped me feel more centered. Yeah, it's good energy to ground right now. Hazel might get a sibling. That's great. I've been fostering puppies. Oh, that's amazing. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Haley. Haley, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Haley's reading, let's do that intuition check. Oop, Haley, your cards are all out and they're all transverse. What's going on? All right, animal spirit guide. Got it here. I'm going to count back from 10. And we get to 1. I'm going to reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The air dragon. Got a lot of dragons today, man. All right, let's continue right now. All right. And Haley, looking for your question. Just draw a cat. I can't. I just draw the cards, man. I can't help you with it. Just draw a cat. You guys send me. All right. Yeah, we got double air dragons today. It makes sense. It's like the moon's in Cancer. You know? All right. Ooh, we're doing an angelic guided reading. Any important messages? Okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That would explain why all the cards are in their transverse. Also, I'm going to pin up Haley, dear. Guys, make sure to give Haley some love. Hold on a moment. No, you're not being filtered. I see it, dear. This is like I feel like I'm seeing something here that's it's interesting because have you been doing like a lot of meditation? Is what I keep on seeing. Like I've got some kind of energy here of you like pushing against some kind of wall is what I'm getting, you know? Like it's so funny because I'm hearing some kind of like I'm hearing the like I want to see the child energy, but like in terms of like trying to like pierce the veil is what I keep on seeing. I've got some kind of energy here. Um, but like I think that that's the important like that's what I keep on seeing that's happening. Um, because how do I describe what I'm like the thing I keep on hearing I see a situation where I see a situation where you keep on trying to push outwards and the guides are saying that like the angelic guides are effectively articulating upon like going inwards to a certain extent, which is interesting in relationality to what I'm seeing here because how do I describe this best? I know what's happening. Um, I feel like sometimes it's hard, and again, this is why, like for me, I like meditating is really difficult because um, the ability to sit in stillness. I keep on hearing we can't sometimes help pulling out a flashlight. Is what I keep on hearing. Like even in the space of being like I'm supposed to be like not thinking about anything. Ooh, what's in here? Like I see I almost I see the fact that it's very hard in the context of racing thoughts, like a racing mind to say to the racing mind, like, don't like think about nothing. And you're like, what are you doing? You're like, I'm looking for the something in the nothing. It's like, you know what I mean? Um, I keep on seeing you might want to try to take a different take to it, which is allowing the space by which you clear your mind and then and I keep on hearing, you just navigate the thoughts that rise up with a sense of interest, is what I keep on hearing. Like navigating through the impressions um, is not about looking for something, but it's more. I keep on seeing. Think more. I think you want hearing the angelic guide saying, think less about fishing than watching, and more about watching a river. Is what I keep on hearing. Like think less about fishing and think more about watching a river, which is like when you're fishing you're getting really frustrated because you're like nothing's happening, like how much longer how much longer I have to sit here for something like I can't do this you know what I mean, I can't, like the space by which you get really frustrated because you're like I'm not getting anything, it's not working, versus the space of watching a river, which is being like, oh, that's interesting. Where'd that come from? Huh. Like almost like I keep on seeing like working through uh the path, like the passing interest or the passing thought that comes through. So I feel like they're giving me that to help you in those moments that you get frustrated, potentially when you're in the space of meditating, which is the space by which I feel like you have to pull yourself out by saying, I'm not fishing, I'm watching the river, which means I'm not here to come back with something. I'm just observing what is there to be. Like I'm observing what is there. I'm observing, I'm observing, I'm not trying to activate upon the meditation point, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, in relationality to it. Because it's funny too, because like that's what I meant with like the flashlight energy, which is like I see like um I almost like I see you be like, I need to know. um And I keep on hearing like, because I like to point out when we're searching for things, we can't listen, is what I keep on hearing. You know, when we're searching for things, like when we're searching for things, we're not paying attention because we're moving towards something with a purpose. So I keep on, and I keep on hearing like there's an aspect of the self um, that you can't energetically help it. Is what I keep on getting too. Um, and I keep on like, how do I describe this? Um, I feel like there's something important that's happening right now in relationality of figuring out what works best for you is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like a little bit of that is kind of navigating in the space um, of I'm kind of getting like try like it's saying to me like, and I keep on hearing like I see a situation where something profound happens in the space of like meditating, and then you're holding yourself to that energetic standard. Um, what we talk about with meditation is when we sit in the presence of something, we let go of expectation because um, I keep on hearing like just because something doesn't happen one day and it happens another doesn't mean that there's something wrong or right about the way that you're doing something is what I keep on hearing. You have to look at, like, I keep on hearing like a practice is such that I keep on hearing we don't quantify the days, we quantify the entirety of the experience is what I'm seeing, which is not the space of saying it's not working, but the space by which we say that is interesting, right? Which is the observation that sometimes when we build the expectation of results, we fail to recognize something that's energetically interesting, that is different from what we expected, but also energetically profound. So I keep on getting like I feel like there's something about that practice that may be happening right now that's frustrating because it's not the fact that you're not having some kind of breakthroughs, but then you're holding yourself too rigidly to the breakthrough, expecting the breakthrough to be energetically consistent. So I keep on seeing like kind of like trying to be in a space of just identifying and recognizing. Like I keep on hearing, like finding bliss in something is the space by which we don't feel the expectation upon it, but just sitting in the presence within it, as it were. And it's going to take, like, I know, like, it's easier said than done. I feel like you are effectively doing it to a bit. I feel like a lot of these messages, um, this is like there's an angelic guide here who is like really like I'm getting here like they are very much about like working through um like the energetic minutia of something is what I keep on hearing. Um I'm gonna, yeah, I might get back to you on that guide because I gotta check on it because it feels to me like there's even there like in the space of doing it like I feel like it's the understanding of someone that is supporting you through it, but almost like helping you learn not to be so hard on yourself in relationality to like holding yourself to an expectation point is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for Thursday, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-Lio, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Yeah. Sorry, I think I may have been. No, you weren't filtered, dear. Be prepared for some whooping. I was just thinking about it. Get ready for some truth. The long pause and trying to word nicely as possible. No, leading much further into spirit, meditation, and rituals than I ever had before. Yep. And spirit's been yelling at me to meditate for months now. Okay, thank you. I'm glad to see that I am also like in alignment with the guided messages. I feel like I haven't been able to make time for it because of the little. No, I get it, but it's not. I don't think it's an excuse. I mean, that's a very valid reason. But I keep on hearing like prioritizing energy is working into the I feel like you're building a habit of making the time for something, is what I keep on seeing. Yep. And again, especially I keep on hearing like a lot of like I keep on hearing like a lot of what that neurodivergence that you're talking about is potentially like what works for you might what works for others might not be what works for you, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I like that. Like small increments. Like I keep on hearing like small increments, not giant changes. Yes. Oh, you've been doing EFT tap. That's when I was like, what's with all of this? Like, it was funny too, because the Page of Wands is a lot of this like little tiny stuff. So thank you for confirming with the EFT. I was like, what's all this like little tiny stuff I'm seeing? Yeah, they don't have to be quiet meditations. Like basically need to form a meditation routine that would help with the grounding too. Yeah, and I feel like that's what you're doing right now. Yeah, I'm the same way. I fall asleep, but I meditate. I'm like, I meditate in different ways, man. I can't sit there and meditate. I can't do it. That's so beautiful. Think less about the fishing and think more about watching the river. Yes. I just here for the experience. I'm here to observe. No need to receive anything. Beautifully said. Absolutely, Haley. I always want to know more than I probably should. Here's you guys peek into my internal monologue. I like that. I know 100% there will be a huge shift when I'm truly lean into it. I feel like the funny part is, I feel like that shift isn't going to be. I feel like the shift's going to creep up on you. It's like, let's see. Um, that's kind of why I haven't a little no. But here's the thing. Like that's what I mean about it. Like your guides are not going to give you anything that's going to freak you out. Like that's what I mean. Like I keep on seeing. Like that's what I mean about it. Like I keep on hearing. It's not going to be a shift. It's going to be little increments because your guides don't want to freak you out. Yep. Error by trial. These readings today are some of my favorites. Oh, I'm so glad, dear. That was lovely. You're welcome, Haley. All right. Oh, post that, Minnie. Post that over in the disco. All right, we're going to continue right now. Friends, we're at 62K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. And the next person we're reading for today is Audrey. Audrey, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, the list is closed, but if you'd like to be on the list for Thursday, you'll be the first person read for. Before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I gotta shuffle them. I know you saw the bottom. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm gonna count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Earth dragon. Man, them dragons today, dude. Sometimes they don't show up, and sometimes they're just like, there's all over the place. Okay, where were we? Spirits got jokes. All right. I guess Earth Dragon earlier. What the heck? All right, where were we? All right, hold on a moment. I've got you, and I'm gonna pin up Audrey here, guys. Make sure to give Audrey some love. We're doing a love reading. Just went on a break and having trouble hearing my guides on its purpose. I understand. Can I get? Yep. One moment, please. 3 cards, please. Oh, okay, that one. Okay, thank you. And one more, please. Hmm. Well, I see somebody here, one of the things I'm identifying is I feel like I see somebody going through an existential crisis, you know? I gotta be perfectly honest here. Um, like I feel like I see somebody who like I'm getting the sense of someone who feels like they've lost their sense of purpose is what I keep on seeing. Um, but I think that I think one of the things that I feel like one of the things I'm identifying here in relationality to, and I want to kind of like, I want to center the reading like more in the space of your own self, because I think that there's something really significant and important, um, like about this, because I see like you and another person like potentially going through um like I keep on hearing like, and I need to point this out, like the retrograde energy can sometimes bring up a feeling of energetic stagnancy within ourselves, right? Like, and I feel like especially like coming out of Mercury, like the Mercury retrograde with like in Leo, it's often I feel like there's a lot of this space where it's having to understand um like what like how to bring kind of passion back to something is what I keep on seeing, or working through a sense of personal exhaustion. um I feel like I think that there is something really important that I keep on hearing, that um, a healthy relationship is one where the manifestation goals can change, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something important about that, um, specifically and particularly. And it's interesting too, because I almost get a sense of locationality around something as well. Like I almost see some kind of space. Like I don't know if there's been like a conversation on travel between you and another person, or or the feeling of like I keep on hearing like the feeling of like navigating through an energetic isolation point is what I keep on seeing. But there's something very significant that I feel like I see, that almost like I feel like it requires you and another individual to articulate upon like what that long-term plan is, or what that long-term goal is, like what that energetic aspiration point is. in relationality to what the future looks like. Because I'm not sure about it. I keep on hearing it feels like I feel like I don't know why it feels like it's almost interesting because I almost feel like someone had a breakthrough here, right? And sometimes I feel like sometimes someone has a breakthrough, and like that breakthrough creates that feeling of uncertainty in terms of like what to energetically do next or what to effectively change. So I want you to be focusing right now on what those manifestation goals look like, right? And again, if you're even now, if there's something about this energy that is creating a little bit of frustration. I like to point, I keep on hearing a healthy manifestation is one that allows us to feel that we are prioritizing things. And I keep on saying, like, what's really happening between you and another person is, I mean, I feel like the priorities are changing. And I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is one that we understand that as long as the priorities are like mutual, then everything is possible. But I keep on hearing it should be mutual effort in terms of understanding the difference. I keep hearing understanding the difference between what another person is willing to do in the short term versus what another person is willing to do in the long term. And I keep on hearing sometimes we can navigate like short term hurdles if there's an understanding of when that is going to change, right? And I keep on hearing the difference between a pipe dream and a plan is a date. So make sure someone is not articulating to you some amorphous space where they're talking about the possibilities of what could change, while at the same time not being able to articulate upon when they'll be actually ready to do so. Because everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that work, and I keep on hearing, if you're having a conversation with someone of that nature and they say, "Oh, I don't feel like now is the time to do that," then you say, "When is a good time for us to return to that conversation?" Like even even in the context of another person searching for something or trying to figure something out, I keep on hearing we don't leave somebody, we don't play hold music on each other, is what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on hearing we were talking about, it's actually feeling very similar to what we were reading for the other day, which is to say, a walk, not a week, which is the understanding of identifying that sometimes we always need a moment to potentially like sort through something, but we don't create this incredibly long time by which we're not sure what we need. Because that's, I keep on hearing like the healthy partnership is one that we navigate difficulty. Even I keep on hearing even personal crisis energy, even the crisis of not knowing what we want, we can navigate together via the energetic clarity that we give into to each other as it relates to when we can get back to one another, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the five of especially with the five of pentacles in its upright, I feel like there's something important to be navigated here in like I keep on like especially with this page of wands energy. I almost feel like I see somebody trying to say something to you and saying, like, I'm just trying to be honest about how I feel. But the thing that we identify and recognize is, you know, the space by which we honor how we energetically feel is one that we fortify upon the direction that we have, which is not the space by which we say to another person, like, I'm working through something and I have anxiety upon it, but rather the space by which we say to someone, like, this is what you can energetically expect from me. And so I feel like I keep wondering, make sure something isn't going back and forth in that way, which is like making sure someone's not putting you like on an energetic shelf in terms of saying like, I that might change, but I don't know the day that might change. But if it changes, you're the first person I want that with, because that can often, like I keep on hearing, healthy relationship is never a space where we say, wait for me. We're always patient. We're never waiting, which means we move towards something and we move towards it on the same timeline. But we never create the space of saying, well, today's not the day, but rest assured, if the day ever comes, you'd be the first one I would choose that with, because that could be tomorrow or that could be in 100 years, right? We're not, I keep on hearing, like, we don't need to be in the context of finding ourselves. Like, I keep on hearing the message coming through. We can find ourselves together, is what I keep on hearing, because that's literally the song of healthy relationship. It's finding ourselves together, which is the observation of being able to go through that pathwork of understanding while also giving each other the space to be able to like find the things that we need in the context of being in the relationship. Thank you so much, Audrey, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. We're going to get started on one card readings in just a moment, but I want to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Hold on a minute. Just bear with me a moment. I'm torn because a part of me feels, hold on a minute. Just reading back on your message, Audrey. So love reading. I just went on a break and having trouble hearing my guides on its purpose. Always come out the right time when I need them. I'm glad to hear that, Minnie. I'm torn because part of me feels it's needed for growth in the connection, but my intuition, heart, and mind are battling. That tracks. I think he's having one right now, but also could be me to an extent. Oh, we live about 45 minutes from each other. It felt like we were actually moving in a stronger direction. Okay, thank you. And then I don't know if he just needs a minute to evaluate his feelings. That's absolutely the energy. So you're spot on, and I'm just debating on it if it's worth waiting for. Hold on a minute. We're packing up and moving on. I hope this helps. Lisa, so when, and I feel like that's the thing that you can say, that like, I feel like it's about giving someone a finite amount of time, which is almost like having to say like, look, this is the amount of time that I'm willing to give you to figure out something out. But I keep on seeing like, I keep on seeing like, that's the space by which I keep on hearing the same message, which is healthy relationship is always patient, never waiting, which doesn't create that like indefinable moment of another person like articulating that they need to sort something out and just leaving someone on hold in the process is what I keep on hearing. And thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. All right, let's get to one card readings. I've got Lisa here. What's something Spirit wants to say to me in this chapter? I've got you, dear. Just bear with me a moment. Don't match energy. I know how hard it is. Like, I know how hard it is. But I keep on hearing observe, don't absorb. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with Page of Swords. I gotta say, like, I feel like they already see you doing this to a certain extent. I keep on hearing it's not your responsibility to convince another person upon your manifestation goals. I keep on seeing like this is the sound of you like changing like I keep hearing changing the quality of relationships by not feeling like you're focusing on constantly battling with another person in relationality to the direction that something's going into. Right. Just I keep on hearing like just being respective of another person um and walk, and I keep on hearing like, yeah, it's giving me a lot of this like I feel like it's like I feel like there's some energy around you that feels like someone like pulling away, expecting you to chase after them. But I keep on saying like you heal and you say, this is me honoring your boundaries. Yeah, again, cow energy. you know? Like, I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like there's a lot of energy, like this is why we talk about not chasing when we're in a healthy space, because when we appreciate each other, we don't chase after one another. We're respective of what it is that we desire and we move in accordance to it. Bridget, can I get one card? Ooh, of course, on how tomorrow will go, please. Ooh, it's bottom of the deck. I feel like it's gonna be easier than you expect. I know you're like stressing about something, but it just feels kind of like, I feel like you've got something here. Bottom of the deck, especially with like the hangman in its reversal. Like I see you, like I see you, um, like working through something in a way that, like, are you meeting someone new here? It almost feels like a new, like, yeah, this feels like you're meeting someone new. You know what I mean? Like, but I also feel like it's interesting because like I feel like I see you kind of pushing out of your comfort zone in the best way possible. Like I almost see like it's funny too because I almost see like you and another person like navigating some kind of energetic awkwardness together. All right, Julia, highest priority, please. The Fool card. I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance. Um, like this is really speaking to me about you taking different approaches to old problems. And I keep on hearing like giving something the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Nine of Pentacles, you know, being compassionate with yourself, not being so hard, not worrying so much about what others, like I keep on saying, like doing everything you can is everything that you can do, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you as well, Julia. We'll go. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. I feel like it's giving me the type of energy where like someone needs to decide how they feel about you. You know? Like this is every time I read for somebody, it's like up, down, it's like, like this is saying to me that like I almost see someone recognizing um and I like to point this out, like energy that like you're either on a pedestal or on the ground, like that can often articulate like the unhealed mother wound in another, because I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing we don't idealize things by comparing them to things that we've experienced. We honor the complexity of someone, not in the expectation of what we desire from them, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Wheel of Fortune energy. Like I keep on every time I read for this, I see somebody who's like trying to figure out their higher purpose or trying to figure out their higher path. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with the water dragon. Like somebody recognizing or working through their own emotional volatility, but trying to find some kind of sense of consistency within it. I do feel like I see someone taking new approaches to old problems. 1 minute. I got you, Minnie. Can I have one card on how to navigate through this overwhelm with more ease? I got you, dear. One card, please, for Minnie. Um, I think that there's something like in relationality to overwhelm. I keep on saying like I see you kind of like healing from people pleasing, which is like not getting too overly stressed as it relates to others' energetic expectations of you, right? The ability for another person to articulate how they feel is often the arrival point in recognizing those who are in a healthy space, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, bottom of the deck. Um, don't assume things in relationality to others. Again, having compassion that everybody's kind of going through this energetic intensity right now, being patient upon things. And I keep on seeing, if you're feeling frustrated about something, make sure that it's something that you feel frustrated about that can fortify an important conversation, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the bee, right? It's giving a lot of that, like, how can I help? Or like, I've noticed something. Is there anything I can do to help through something? Is what I keep on seeing. All right, Erica, one card on counterpart, please. Um, I feel like there's something about this retrograde energy that's having a lot of impact on someone. You know, it can do, I keep on telling you guys, it can do a number on like, if you're not being mindful of it, it can do it can create a lot of testiness. You know what I mean? Or feeling very energetically temperamental. So like, make sure, I keep on hearing like, don't, if someone's being testy, don't take it personally. I keep on seeing like, don't assume that it's directed towards you, right? Like, I keep on seeing, or like saying to someone else, like, is there something I can help you with, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the Page of Wands, like this type of energy, what's most important is making sure that you're not taking the testiness out on each other. And even if we do, we have those moments, being able to articulate through it, to be able to kind of move towards a better thought or a better action. Animal spirit guide card for Oracle Erica right now. Yeah, especially with the boar, right? If something's wrong, you'll tell me, right? Like, having that sense of energetic assurance that allows things to be possible. I keep on seeing like you and another person making big progress in that way. And I keep on hearing, it's not perfect. You have to kind of look at it like on the whole. Kath, one card, highest party message on finances, please. Um, Maybe it's seeking like energetic advice from, like, I honestly saying like seeking energetic advice from someone. Or like, potentially, I keep on seeing um like going, I keep on hearing more than one source, is what I keep on seeing. It's giving me a little of like, don't take my word for it. And I keep on hearing a healthy energy, which is always supportive in relationality to articulating upon different energetic options. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially, I keep on seeing like, I feel like I see you like working on like downsizing in some capacity, is what I keep on seeing, or focusing upon like focusing on upon something that you no longer need anymore, or you're not utilizing very frequently. Bottom, animal spirit guide, please, for Kath. Yeah, especially with the owl energy, you know, like, I feel like this is almost you making room for like a new manifestation goal in the long term, and starting to do that planning upon it. One card for Haley, highest priority, please. The Nine of Swords. So this is saying to me, I just keep on identifying something that you're doing right now. I mean, like, I wanted to describe this type of energy. It can bring a lot of old wounds to the surface. It can bring up a lot of frustration. Articulate through it, don't react to it. I feel like it might be a good time to write things down as well. Yeah, especially, I keep on hearing, articulate through it, don't react to it. Like, let your pen do the talking, especially if you're feeling really frustrated in the moment. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with the ram energy, right? Working through, like, allowing the frustration, move the frustration into a productive channel, is what I keep on hearing. Ava, one card on the energy around reaching out to R before I move. Okay, I've got you. I understand. I think it's interesting because, like, I see somebody that feels like they have a lot to say. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's giving me a lot of this, like, I would say only, I keep on hearing, only communicate if you're not expecting a response, is what I keep on seeing. Like, if that is something that feels like it brings you the space of closure, then I keep on seeing, like, allow that to be something that you do for the self. Because I almost see somebody that's like working through like the density of their feelings upon something, but also like I almost keep on hearing someone say, like, what good would it do? You know what I mean? Like, I almost see someone like almost in the space of like navigating through, like, that's what I mean. You know, like, especially with like the Hierophant in its reversal. Like, I see somebody like almost like, I keep on, every time I read for this person, I just see them kind of like shocked in some capacity, you know? Animal spirit guide. But I think that I need to point this out. Like, it's almost saying to me, like, if they're in a space of shock, like, that's just further the recognition of like articulating upon, like, I feel like you're doing some, if someone is in shock and they haven't been letting you know how you feel, like, that's almost like the higher self saying you're doing what you know is best because you're not living under the duress of another person's like emotionality that they're not energetically acting upon, is what I keep on seeing. You're welcome, Audrey. One card, highest priority for Alexandra, please. You know, the four of cups in its reversal. I just keep on seeing that there's something about that work right now that I keep on hearing there's something about the work that I'm seeing right now that is like helping you recognize and identify um, like what it is that I keep wondering, like, this is a refinement point for you. I see you refining upon something, but also identifying and recognizing like what that is or how you are energetically articulating that to others, which is interesting, especially with the moon card. I feel like there's something about this period of time for you that is helping you find your own energetic voice, is what I keep on seeing, because it does feel like a lot of heart opening there. Animal spirit guide, like especially with the raven, I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance that I feel like this is a time, like I see you connecting with your guides a lot right now, is what I keep on reading for Alexandra. Like, it feels very much like hermit energy, but in the best way. Not great. Like, I see somebody like working through an energetic hurdle as it relates to manifestation goals. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially, I keep on saying, especially with like the Eight of Cups in its reversal. You know, I almost see a situation where I don't know if there's like an argumentation they're having with another person in relationality to locationality, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. I mean, animal spirit guide. Yeah, swan energy. Um, I feel like I almost see somebody. Um, you know, it says to me like I almost see somebody like working through the space of um, like I feel like I see somebody that like is articulating upon something that they want to do or something that they want to do in a greater fashion. Like, I just keep on seeing somebody working through something there. But I don't know why, like I almost feel like there's almost like this like this like that's what I mean. Like, there's a little bit of this like back and forth that I see between them and another person as it relates to, like, I keep on hearing, I keep on seeing arrows, like it feels very directional. is what I keep on seeing, you know? Bridget, thank you. Maybe if I'll meet someone. Oh, absolutely. Sending you support on that journey, dear. I hope it helps. You're welcome, Julia. Auto corrected. Hold on a moment. Yep. You're welcome, Chrissy. Lala, may I have one card on what to do about my neighbors? I got you, dear. Can I get a card, please? Highest party messages. Um, is this like a noise issue? I feel like there's something. Like, I feel like maybe there's some kind of conversation that you can have with someone about, like, the time by which they're doing something. Like, yeah, is there I keep on hearing, like, almost saying to someone, like, "I'm not saying that you can't do something, but perhaps there's a time," like, getting better in terms of, like, the time by which they're able to do something versus when they're doing it now that may be difficult. Alright. One card for hi, good. How you doing, Ruby? Good to see you today. On whether they're being honest about why. Oh, okay. Wow, a lot came out. I mean, this is feeling like a negative here. I mean, I feel like. I mean, it seems to me like something that could be easily changed. You know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like there's somebody here that like has some kind of plans that they want to energetically act upon. So they're articulating upon like the fact that they're not available, but this is what I'm seeing here. That's what I'm seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I feel like you've seen this before in them, you know? Yeah, especially with the fox energy. Like I almost feel like it's somebody like over explaining a situation something. Got you. And sending you support on that journey, dear. Nikki, one card on partnership, please. Highest priority messages. Ooh, got two cards coming out. Um, I feel like, active, I keep on hearing active listening in relationality to, and I want to kind of point out too, I feel like there's something significant that is happening right now in recognizing, in working through, like this is often where we sometimes have challenging moments where we energetically inadvertently trigger one another. So I feel like there's something healthy that I see that you're doing right now in terms of articulating upon your own energetic standards. But and I like to point this out. What's beautiful about having energetic standards is we're like, and I need to stress this. Sometimes even in healthy relationship, and this is what is so profound and healing. There's nothing more healing than to work through something where an energetic like standard is crossed, and then you're able to say, okay, I just articulated that to you so that we can be conscientious about it later. Like the ability of understanding that a healthy relationship is one that you can articulate upon something that bothers you and it isn't met. Like this is how we heal each other. It doesn't create like a big issue. It's just something that you move past together, like almost helping another person see how smooth it can be. Especially, look at that. Did you see that? We've got both energies here. Like, look at that. Like we had both energies right now, the combination of the king and queen of wands, which is the energy that says when we care about each other, we hold each other's standards together. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blackbird energy, like recognizing and identifying what feels like it's energetically possible and sustainable. I feel like there's something really significant and important about doing that work because I feel like it's being able to articulate upon something and not react to it that's allowing you to become stronger within it. You're welcome, Minnie. BC, one card on, please, I want to expect on the other side of my move. Ooh, I got you, dear. One card, please. It feels good. Feels like something's going to get easier, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, bottom of the deck, you know? Like it does feel like, I don't know if this is some kind of move that you're doing to like simplify on something. I feel like it's like giving yourself some time, but like being relieved when you're on the other side of it is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the bee, giving yourself a little time to get settled is what I keep on saying. Don't rush into things too quickly. You're so welcome, Erica. Thank you. I've been a bit anxious about tomorrow, but turning that into excitement. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, I'm thinking about downsizing. Thank you, Kat, for confirming. You're so welcome, Haley. And your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, I want to be mindful and not making something more complicated. I don't think that you are, dear. Ella, they had to move to a new location in a hurry. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? All of their dreams were crushed. That's what I was seeing with all of that direction. Oh my goodness, thank you for confirming, dear. All right, hold on a minute. Oh, thank you. Yes, reevaluating. Second time you got the Raven. Sending you support, Alexandra. Oh dear, Lala, I'm sending you so much support on that. Oh, it felt dishonest, but they always say they'll be in places where I love traveling to. Oh, sending you support too, Ruby. I hope you're well. Queen, I know, did you see that energy though? That's literally the combo I just had with them, King and Queen. You're so welcome. I appreciate you as well, Ruby. Good to see you too. Oh my God, Ella, are you kidding? Holy smokes. BC, thank you. I've been feeling like it's the right move. And oh my gosh, Ella, that is some, wow. Holy moly. Sending you support on that. No, I understand. No, I can see it. Like there's something about that. Oh, well, and I think that that's the thing about it. Like I keep on seeing like the ability of you being able to come be there for someone and say like, look, whatever you need, right? Like that type of energy is what I'm seeing. Hi there, spiritual transcendence. How are you doing today? And thank you for the compliment. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving them. Just a reminder, I'll be off tomorrow. I will be back I'll be back here on Thursday. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. You can activate the bell to turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. Not tomorrow, for Thursday, because sometimes the app doesn't push out the notifications. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the disco, in the perk section, a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And I'll see you again on Thursday. Take care, everyone.